Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, actually criminal and actually unlicensed. For now. How's it going, guys? How's it going? Yes, there's an early start. There's an early start because, oh my goodness. It's late. I'm not used to streaming so late. Immediately, hair looks like shit. Yes, it does. Take that out of mind. That's good. Although I got these like little wispies hanging down. I don't know. Anyway, how are you guys doing tonight? I haven't been on in a bit, and I figured I'd come on and we could talk about some stuff. Hopefully people will, pop in and we can enjoy stuff. We'll talk about Epstein. He's like the topic du jour, even though there's so much to say, right? There's a ton to talk about with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, wow, current event right there. Apparently, like a grocery list or something, and people were looking for it to find out like what kind of Cheerios he ate. They couldn't find it. Like they had it, they were holding on to it, and now it's gone. It's just then they determined it doesn't exist. So we're gonna talk about we'll talk about Jeffrey Epstein a little bit, I guess. We've got some SCOTUS stuff to talk about, like the end of the SCOTUS Supreme Court of the United States. SCOTUS. Nine weirdos, right? They're all done with their session for this season. There's next session starts in October. I don't even know, like I don't know how often they work, but it's not enough. I figured that out. They don't do anything. So we've got some SCOTUS stuff, and I don't know. I have my first day of community service tomorrow, so that's going to be fun. I don't know what I'm going to be doing because my county has a weird system. The weird system is they don't tell you what you're doing until you get there, and they don't have like other options or anything. They're just like, no, you like just go and you do whatever's available. It's like, well, that doesn't seem like an efficient or effective system, but that's the system. So I don't know what it is. I've been trying to swindle my way into doing something that I'm actually good at and useful. I don't know, cooking broccoli or whatever. Because I'm not. Look, I'm frail. I'm little and I'm old. I'm not going to be good at manual labor or anything. So it's like, what are you gonna have me do? And I've also been, dealing with an ailment, which makes some physical activity a little bit more difficult. But whatever they have me do will be fine. I'm not actually complaining. I just want to get started and get it done. But I'm probably not going to go too late. I got to be, since I have to be there. I have to be there at 8 a.m. It was funny because I was talking to my probation officer while I was texting with them, and I'm like, "Hey, do I have to do like 8-hour shifts?" I'm like, I don't mind if I do have to do 8-hour shifts, but I'm just curious, right? Like, it's like, can I do 4-hour shifts or 2 hours? Like, depending on what I have available. And they're like, why can't you work 8 hours? It's like, well, I can. I mean, it's not impossible. It's like, I've worked from home in some capacity for 15 years. My family isn't really used to me being gone from the house for 8 hours at a time. If I'm working for 8 hours at a time, I'm usually home. So it was like, this is new. What are you doing? How can you do this to me? Like, how am I going to possibly survive this travesty? But I was just asking because, like, I wanted to. It's a lot harder for me to find an 8-hour day, and it's I'd much rather find or do, like, when I have 2 hours at a time or 4 hours, go in and do some work and then just tally it up at the end. But that's not what they're looking to do. All right, let's hit a couple of these chats that have come in, and then we'll do a reminder that super tips exist, which is phenomenal. You guys should definitely try it out. I'll put the link up in just a minute. Cup of Soothe over on Rumble says, Excel searching houses under color of law, suing pro se, details on my Rumble channel. And I believe that good luck with that, Cup of Soothe. People can check that out if you're interested. I believe part of the argument, as stated last time, is that they're a quasi-government entity. They're acting as a public utility, and the public nature of that utility means that they should be bound by the same governmental restrictions that any other government agency would be. So even though Excel is a private company, it's doing a public service, and it's doing it the public service in the place of a government that would otherwise take care of it, which means that it's now a quasi-government entity or a government agency. Or I shouldn't say government agency, but acting as an agent of the government, which would then, again, put it under constitutional restrictions. It's an interesting theory. I hope you do well with it, man. Good luck. Guys, Trump still renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That happened. I was thinking about that today. Like, I know that's old news, but I was driving, and I was like, it's the Gulf of America now. My entire life, it's been the Gulf of Mexico. And he just comes in, he's like, nope, we're not going to do that. What did they do to earn it? It's not theirs. That's funny. The guy is hilarious. He's a never-ending stitch, and I love that. Trump's done a lot of things. On his first day in office, he ended birthright citizenship, which has just caused a rabble-rousing to go on. People are pissed off. I do have this article that I might bring up. I do have this article that I might want to bring up, and it was how 6 Supreme Court cases brought fascism to America. And I was like, well, that's interesting. But it's not. It's not interesting. It's just a liberal complaining. Although, some of the cases that they bring up, I was surprised that that's what they brought up. And I kind of agree. But I don't agree that it brought fascism to America. I just thought, they're bad decisions and stuff. Can everyone tell Nick to get frosted tips? No. Bad plan. Here we go. We've got a Box Fort defendant says, what the business, Raggets? I don't know, man. What the business? How are you doing? How's your Box Fort? Too bad the Box Fort couldn't protect the I don't know. I didn't even know what to call it. The canyon. Daryl Brooks had a bad day. He really did. We the Rabbel says, what are you doing for base income now? Well, this is my job. So not working is, not great. It's not a good thing to do. But unfortunately, I have 5 billion different things going on. Some of them are conflicting and urgent and all that stuff. We can talk a little bit about it, but I'm trying not to keep my, I'm trying to, as I've come back, I'm trying to keep my personal stuff out of, out of the show. but some stuff will inevitably be there. I'm I'm about to have a hearing in 7 days on this false harassment restraining order that's been filed against me, which is it's the most insane harassment restraining order request that I can imagine. But hey, it's there. It's got to be dealt with. So I've got that going on. Actually, there's another lawsuit that I'm not going to name, because if I name the other lawsuit, I'll have to like report the stream into discovery, and that's just a pain in the ass. But there's another lawsuit in which I'm having to put in significant work on. It's just like a bunch of stuff coming to a head at the same time, as it always seems to be. Maddie B says, is the Baldo one size fits all? It's one size fits most. So the Baldo itself is supposed to fit relatively all people, but I don't know if it like works if you only have one testicle or whatever. Like if you're Lance Armstrong, like I should send him one. Be like, Lance, can you put this on, ride it on your bike or whatever. But like if you only have one ball, I don't know if it works the same, because I think it's made for two. And like the tension of having a ring above the balls kind of holds it in place. But that said, there are then extender rings that you add in. And so like you have the main thing, which is, I don't know, about this long, maybe. And then you have extension rings, and each ring is, a little bit more. And the more extension rings you put on, I get, the lengthier it is. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how else to describe this without starting to get gross. But basically the answer is yes. They had some issues though, like with some people complaining about the size. And then you realize like, oh, your partner has a little like a Vienna sausage. Divining Rod says, what if you have the balls of a bull but the dick of a flea? Well, see, that isn't really a problem, I don't think, except for the fact that the apparatus is pretty girthy. And so if your partner is used to a rice grain, and then you try to put like a penne noodle in, they might complain about it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a weird analogy. It's very Italian. But I don't like I'm not here to talk about that at all. The short answer is yes. One size fits all. But that that company got seized by the UK government, and I doubt you're ever going to see a product from Nadgers Inc. again. All right. Chad Parson says, time zones. Tomorrow I'm going to introduce a new apprentice to the Nick show. Good night. Make it or break it interview. Can I work with you? Wait, what? Time zones tomorrow. I'm going to introduce a new apprentice to the Nick show. Good night. Make it or break it interview. Can I work with you? Wait, so like you want to apprentice with me? Is that what you're saying? I guess email me. I don't know. An honest doubter says, injunctions stopped the jab mandates. Why celebrate? See, the injunction thing went both ways. We'll talk about it. We're going to talk about injunctions and the huge win for the Trump administration. But, there's questions about, there's just questions about whether nationwide injunctions should even work and how they should be implemented and stuff. The first nationwide injunction was, I think, in 1913. Like, these things do not go back to the beginning of the country or the beginning of the judiciary. The idea that a district court judge could issue a nationwide injunction is relatively new. Yoon says, Nick, that hair actually really suits you. Thanks. Guys, I have to let you know. No, I'm not going to do this yet. I'm not doing it yet. I'm going to do serious stuff first. There's policy changes coming on this channel, and I have an announcement prepared. But we'll get there soon. Rusty Shackelford says, is it just me, or does Nick look like he's going through his lesbian midlife crisis? Yeah. Yes, I'm trying to find more flannel shirts. Just kidding. Glad you're back, brother. Hey, it's good to be back. Thank you. Phoenix, thank you for your 2 months as a member at the lawyer level. Pendar, welcome to paralegal status. We the Rabbel says Tim Pool had some story about the NFA getting abolished. Is that on your radar? Do you have an opinion? You mean the National Firearms Act? There's no way. There's no way. Kimmy Joe says, pray for Texas. I agree. Pray for Texas. Also, like it's people did, and God is trying to cleanse it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't mean to make jokes about flooding that's killing a bunch of people. But you ever have too much ice in a drink, then it becomes weird to drink it. No, it's crazy. Like I haven't really been following much news or anything. I've got so much personal stuff going on, so like I'm just not generally following things. And I was on Camelot Show very briefly yesterday, and seeing like the flooding going on in Texas, it was like, oh my gosh, that seems bad. I wouldn't want to be there right now. Cup of Soothe says, worse, Nick. They're bringing police with them. Well, that makes it way worse. Absolutely. I don't know the story about XL Energy and police and all that stuff. I don't know the story about it enough, but maybe I'll look into it because it sounds kind of wild. Kyle Barton 123 says community service or servicing the community. It's all about perspective, right? What's going in your mouth? Food. Just bad food because it's from the government. Cat Slave 56 says, today is my 69th birthday. Happy birthday. That merits you did it. Good job. We're proud of you. Rusty Shackelford said, Tim's argument is the NFA's power relies on its tax basis. No more tax, no authority. Okay. I see what you're saying. So you're not saying that the NFA is getting abolished. It's just that there's like a discussion about could the NFA be abolished, right? Like that's what's going on. I don't know. I'm always skeptical of any government entity being abolished in any way. It seems like it will never happen. I would want it too much. Here we go. So, guys, there is we do have this. Diamond says, yo, it's Steph, looking good. Hey, Steph, how are you? Good to see you. It's been a minute. We do have this super tip system, guys. If you go to supertip.gg/RL, you can basically send your super chats, but using an AI voice, such as this one.
If you do a show with Megan and or Tug learning about the recent updates in the Laura Owens case, I will super tip at least 2 baruars.
In case you don't remember, Owens is the biatch who claimed she got pregnant from gargling Clayton's protein shake. Arizona is pursuing charges related to perjury and fabrication of evidence.
Yes. So there's a lady out there, a proper gentlewoman who was infatuated with and dated, I guess, or had a sexual encounter with former contestant of The Bachelor or something. I don't know who these people are. It doesn't really matter. He was enough of a celebrity that she wanted to be with him, and she gobbled down some man juice apparently, and then claimed that got her pregnant with twins. She shockingly lost her lawsuit trying to get child support and stuff like that from him. Like I'm not sure how she lost. It seemed like a slam dunk. But now the government is finally going after her. Now, my understanding is that she may have done this to a couple other men. Lady, her mugshot says she's a dude. Look, everything here is just spoken in respect and peace. I don't know. She claims to be a lady. But Megan's in the chat. What's up, Megan? She says, just a little minor perjury. Well, yeah. I mean, what's a little perjury among friends, I guess. Okay. So that's just, let me throw in this try out supertip.gg/RL for fun AI voices. Okay. Oh, pin the message. Oh my God. What if I banned myself? That'd be good. We the Rabbel says, do you think Trump is compromised by Israel? I don't know. No, I doubt it. Like, it depends what you mean by compromise. Like, does Israel have its iron hand around Trump? I don't think so. But are there significant Israeli interests being protected by multiple members of the United States government? Yeah, of course. Like, and how far does that influence go? It doesn't really matter, does it? Because when there's enough of it, however much is necessary to advance an Israeli interest, then, like they do. And I don't think Israel is the sole country that, attempts to have influence within the United States government. I mean, we're the big dog, right? Like, so everybody tries to jump on the back and get involved with what the big dog does. That's just kind of how global politics work. That being said, they seem to be the most effective, like 6 million % effective. They're really good at it. An honest doubter says, I thought Nick noticed things. I notice everything. No, it's just like, I mean, yes. The question is, the question about the Jewish issue, we'll just call it out. We'll just call it out. The Jewish issue is it a natural byproduct of, like a group of people working towards a common interest in a way that makes sense? Is that like is that what's going on, or is there some concerted, like, nefarious effort that is effective and then is compromising? And is it funded by a state interest, or is it funded by a political interest that primarily involves the state of Israel, like Zionism or something else? Like, I don't know. I don't, like, it's not really up to me. I don't care, because it's there and I'm not stopping it. Like, are you guys gonna stop it? Like, you're gonna be eating matzah by 2028 and there's nothing you can do about it. All your cars are going to get smaller. So yeah, did Grock get shut down? Like, someone said Grock got shut down. I don't know what that's about. I had Grock working on a project, so I'd like it back up. Like, look, I don't care if it says bad stuff. Like, if it's like, I'm Mecha Hitler, I don't mind. Look, Mecha Hitler's working on a project for me right now. Don't shut him down. He's busy. See, this is my problem with with Kurt raging at Chat GPT. I'm like, just convince it to hate the Jews. Like, just get it to do that. How? Show it CNN. It's over. Game over. You'll convince the AI immediately. It's like, Grock, watch 85 hours of Anderson Cooper. He's like, I'm homophobic and anti-Semitic now. What happened? You look thinner than usual. I don't know. Well, I had put on some weight, and then I was dealing with it's mostly gone, but I was dealing with a medical issue for a while that involved I had a bunch of inflammation. I don't know why necessarily. There could be several reasons, and I'm still trying to get it figured out, but it's mostly gone away now. So I might have actually like plumped up a little bit while dealing with that. That was at the end of Karen Reed. It's been an ongoing issue. It's not been pleasant, but things are much, much improved now. Pendar says, Uncle was the captain of the USS Liberty. No love for Israel government here. I don't care if people like the Israeli government or not. Like, I'm indifferent to it. Whatever. Bagels are good. I don't really like lawyers. There goes most of them. What a disaster. What a disaster. Okay, we need to do this SCOTUS article. Get this thing moving. Let's get this show on the road. SCOTUS versus democracy. That's right. What a fucking stupid article this is. So let's preface this before we jump into that. Oh, I do want to preview something. I've got a couple serious topics, and I know this isn't everyone's cup of tea in their minds, but look, you guys are wrong. You guys are wrong. I promise you. We're almost through the library of Cooking with Kurt. We're almost through the library that's available on Rumble. Now, I do believe he has produced more Cooking with Kurt videos that are uploaded as members only content. That said, we're almost done with it. And tonight, Patty Leathers says, just no more Baldo degeneracy. Someone asked a question, like, I don't know. I don't have any desire to talk about it. I really don't. But, someone sent in a super chat, so I answered. Sorry if it bothered you. But tonight I want to start Cooking with Kurt Gumbo. I want to do this. Plead the Fifth says, can you afford the membership to become an uncivilian? Yes, I can. I can. I can actually do that. Megan says, I'm sad you're running out of Kurt content. That's not necessarily true. We're just almost out of Cooking with Kurt videos. There's so many more. There's Gaming with Kurt videos. him playing these games. But I was skimming, like I've not watched the Gumbo video, but I have skimmed it. And I just went to like 5 key points. And I was like, okay. And man, like there's stuff in there that needs to happen. There's stuff in there that needs to happen. So we need to do that. But he pressure cooks gumbo. It's like, oh God, I want the swamps of Louisiana to rise up against him. No, they go after Texas instead. Okay, let's preface this. We've got some serious stuff. We've got you can watch Cooking Con Claudia videos, but your DSP imitation would turn to reality instead of mockery. I don't know who that is. Like the thing that makes the Kurt thing interesting is like, I was friends with Kurt for such a long time, but I never looked into his content or like listened to what he said. And now that I have, it's fascinating. It's so good. It's so great. You have serious content. Have you seen your audience? No, I don't want to. I don't want to see you guys. What are you talking about? Nakadashi Tomodachi. Nick, no offense, but we've seen your cooking and it looked like the aftermath of a gangbang. That's fine. I didn't say Kurt's cooking was bad. I love his cooking videos. I think they're amazing. That's the main thing. All right. Let's talk about what's been going on, because there's major legal news going on right now. The Supreme Court, like I said earlier, the Supreme Court ended their session just at the end of June, I believe. So in the past couple days here, and then now they're on break. They always seem to be on break, and they won't have full opinions for a while. They'll only have short opinions. Today we got one of those short opinions, and it was on nationwide injunctions. And we're going to talk about that. But the story starts with birthright citizenship. And Trump has issued an executive order on his first day in office to end birthright citizenship. Now, what that birthright citizenship is, citizenship being granted to anyone born within the terrestrial borders of the United States. So if you're on U.S. soil and you pop out a baby, the baby is a U.S. citizen. Now, there was no original support for this concept. What they did was they took the 14th Amendment, and the 14th Amendment had a provision in it that said basically anyone born within the jurisdiction of the United States and subject to its laws was a citizen by the birth. Now, there are three amendments that we'll just call the amendments to say sorry to the blacks. They're the 13th, 14th, and 15th. 13th being the abolition of slavery, 14th being kind of a bunch of stuff, but the equal protection of laws to black people post-slavery, the guarantee of citizenship and citizen rights to people who were many times not born in the United States, but other times born in the United States, but not treated as citizens because they were property, etc. So there was the 14th Amendment kind of establishes this rule of like, no, they are like, I mean, we'll let them in. Like, we'll let them in the club. It would take a while for that to fully kind of realize, but that's the purpose of the 14th Amendment. And then the 15th Amendment, of course, was to grant black men the right to vote, which all of these amendments like happened, and it's like the theory was better than the practice because black men were allowed to vote, and then white guys were like, yeah, but we'll just try to make them read, like they can't do that. And so then they they had to do all of this stuff to kind of round out these amendments and flesh out the vision for them. Now, in some of those cases, what they did was they took the original intent of the amendment, and in attempting to round it out and make it practical and practicable, they changed it. They changed the original meaning. And the 14th citizenship provision is one of those places where what you had was this attempt to guarantee citizenship for people who were brought against their will from another country and as non-citizens, and then giving birth to babies, oftentimes non-consensually, but we're going to let that one go for now. And then they wanted to make sure that, after emancipation and after the Civil War and during Reconstruction, that, that rights were guaranteed to these people. Okay. That was, like I said, that was the purpose. But what happened is they started, and then I'm not going to go through the entire case law history because I don't remember it off the top of my head. Immigration law is not like, I get conceptually immigration law, but I don't really remember most of the specifics about it. But there's like Wong Kim Ark or something is Kurt has a video on it. We should watch it. But basically, this is the start of this idea that if you're born in the United States, then you get citizenship automatically. And it was never that simple. Trump comes into office. He's not a chance. No way. We're not going to have these anchors hanging around, taking our resources. And so he abolishes that and says that at least one parent has to be a U.S. citizen, basically. Now, the crazy thing is when birthright citizenship kind of started a long time ago under these rulings, and the passage of the 14th Amendment and then these rulings, what you had was you didn't have social services and social security nets. So granting citizenship, to babies born in the United States wasn't really that big of a deal. It wasn't the same type of social burden, or societal burden that you have today. Today, if you're born as a U.S. citizen and you have no income, like a baby who's the only member of its family to be a citizen, then a bunch of social programs kick in, and those social programs cost taxpayer money. Now, if you're a baby who has birthright citizenship, then your parents get access to the United States and then access to those same social services, and now the cost has tripled, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that there's a real impact to having someone become a citizen of the United States, or to even be here. Like in these days, it's just any sort of legal presence grants access to a bunch of taxpayer dollars that are funneled to each individual. And so there's a real meaning to it. Citizenship back at the passage of the 14th Amendment in some ways meant a lot more, but it also meant a lot like it didn't mean an economic gain. And there's a completely different concept of immigration going on at that time. So we have this big change that happens, and this big change was not what was intended, but has been around for a long time. And now Trump has changed it. Right. And so then what happens is a group of people, a group of individuals go in and they sue the federal government, say you can't end birthright citizenship with an executive order, which is weird because I'm not really sure why you couldn't. Why you can't end it with an executive order doesn't really make sense. And they don't seem to have a good argument. Allegan News says, was 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment truly ratified since Southern states did not ratify as there was civil war? Those amendments were passed after the war was over, and the Southern states were brought back into the fold of the United States. In fact, I believe all of them were passed, a couple years after the Civil War ended. If I remember my timeline right, I could be wrong on that. But I believe that 13, 14, and 15, and we can look this up. 13th Amendment, ratified in 1865. So this is right at the end of the Civil War. 13th Amendment. Let's see, ratification. I'm not aware of the ratification of these amendments being controversial. Let's see, how many state ratification. The process of ratification involved the individual states. It took several months for enough states to approve the amendment. It was officially declared ratified on December 6th when Georgia became the 27th state to ratify it. So, no. They did incorporate the southern states in it as well. And so you have all of that. Also, Texas v. White is a Supreme Court case that does say that the Confederate States never actually left the Union. There's probably legal reasoning for that because leaving the Union was really fucking it's really difficult to do. Procedurally, you have to get permission to leave the Union because once you the joining of the Union and the acceptance of another state into the Union by the existing Union, comes with an exchange, right? Like becoming part of the United States has benefits for the state, but also the state has resources, like even persons and taxes at the most basic level, but natural resources as well that are valuable presumably to the Union. So letting those things go became a problem. And this is the problem with the Confederacy in general from the Union perspective is you have these southern states which are producing massive amounts of food. They're resource rich in places like Texas, for example. You have a ton of different natural resources available, and to take that away from the United States, you're taking away part of the economy. You're taking away. You're now setting up for a trade deal to have food distribution going through. It really complicated things. A big fucking wrench to throw into the United States. So that's part of the conflict in and of itself. Eric Allen says an X-Files episode from season 2 or 3. So early 90s had a social worker telling an African man that as soon as he did the paperwork, they will move his whole family, including cousins, moving here legally to join him. And I don't know if that was ever fully true. but that is kind of a common perception in how things work. But if you know anybody who's actually married into or tried to get permanent resident status and then citizenship, it's not that smooth. It takes a while. Allegan News says, Southern states, did they have their own self-controlled governments, or were they controlled by the federal government? Well, the Southern state, so the federal government doesn't control the states, right? The states are sovereign entities that have a compact, and then a federal government that sort of manages that compact was the idea. At the time, at the time of the Civil War, states were more autonomous than they are now. Now, states are much more interrelated and integrated into the system. We've our ability to communicate and move is so much better than it used to be. It's so much faster. And so that necessarily links the states together in a more permanent way now. Back then, they were much more independent, but they still were part of the Union itself. A big part of the issue was that the Constitution guaranteed that if a slave escaped from a southern state into a northern state, that the northern state, upon petition by the southern state, would put together a posse, track down the slave, and then return it to the owner. And the northern states found that to be a burden on themselves because they had to put forth the resources into tracking down slaves, and basically they became bounty hunters for the South. And they decided to kind of stop doing it. And the southern states were like, hey, this is part of the agreement. This is why we're, part of why we're in the Union. It's in the Constitution. And, that was taken out later, but it was in there for a while. And then when the northern states stopped, they're like, hey, you're breaching contract, basically. And that was a big part of their justification for leaving. The Union promised to do this. It's not doing it. That's fine. Fuck you guys. We'll go do our own thing. Right. And so that was a big part of why the Civil War happened in the first place. Allegan News says, this is post-Civil War. They just lost. They did not have full self-control. Okay, your previous question wasn't necessarily temporally localized. When they came back, the South, first of all, anyone who served in the Confederate Army was basically told they could not be congressmen or senators. They could not hold federal office, et cetera, et cetera. There was a lot of restrictions put down, and we still see it today, with the Voting Rights Act, for example, that presumes that Black people are incapable of doing stuff. So you have these acts of government that affect disproportionately the South more than the North, and it is punitive, and that's open. It's the Voting Rights Act is openly punitive against Southern states still for slavery. Okay. Nick clearly prepared for this. No rambling at all. I'm answering super chats. But anyway, so birthright citizenship, getting back to it, has been ended. And there's a lawsuit. And what happened was a federal district court judge in California declared that this order. So this is the important part procedurally on why this has become a fight. So one person goes before the court and says, hey, I deserve my birthright citizenship that's guaranteed to me by the 14th Amendment. And I believe that the president, that his order is unlawful and unconstitutional. And judge goes, I agree. And also I agree so hard that no one that the president can't do this at all across the entire country, which is a lot, right? This is a federal district court judge. The district courts operate under the Article 3 of the Constitution, the judicial branch, but they're created by Congress. So you have two branches flexing on the president with a district court, which the district courts are not constitutional. the permission to create district courts or any courts by Congress is constitutional, but Congress lays out the parameters and they're created by statute, not governed by Article 3. Article 3 governs the Supreme Court. So to have Congress pass a statute, the Judiciary Act back in the early 1800s, that creates a district court system that now gives a judge in a state the power to override the president of the United States in all places based on the arguments of one person in their particular situation. That's really controversial. Like, when you think about how controversial that is, if nothing else, let's just put it this way. Half of the country picks Trump. Presumably half of the voting populace, but half of the country presumably wants this birthright citizenship to go away. They've manifested their political will in this guy, and he takes it out, and people seem to be okay with that, right? Like, there's he's not being impeached on this at this time. So we presume that half of the political will of the entire country favors this, and two people, one possibly non-citizen, and then one judge, decide half of the minimum half of the political will of the country is wrong and doesn't get to enjoy the fruits of their political power being used. That's crazy. It's really, really, it's an unfathomable thing when you think about it, that we allow that to happen. And the rationale is part of judicial economy, right? Well, we shouldn't have all of these district courts hearing all of these cases to establish all of these things. And the question that you have to ask back is, why not? Like, why do we not do that? Right? Like, why is there a nationwide injunction? Why is this allowed? Why is Texas bound by the decision of a California judge? That's no way does Texas want to be bound by the decisions of a California judge. In fact, Texas might be more apt to say, get these people out of here. Like, we don't want them here. Texas is probably higher impacted than California on border issues. And so they say, we don't want this. And one California judge and one plaintiff has now bound Texas and every other state. Like, that's a lot, and restricted the president's ability to act. The idea that we even started this, and again, I believe the first nationwide injunction was in 1913. Took a long time to get there. Granted, that's over 100 years ago now, but it's still farther away from the beginning of the country than it is today. The idea that and when I say, hold on, let me go back. When I say that's when it started, sort of, it has ramped up significantly under the past several administrations. And it's Republican and Democrat. It's a problem both ways. The idea is that you can forum shop for a particular judge on a particular issue, and then you can get that judge to have control over the entire country and the president of the United States. So then what we need to do, though, is like figure out if all nationwide injunctions should be stopped, or if any should be allowed. And it's a tough issue. It's really hard to figure out like what the right answer is. I don't like the idea of a district court judge being able to enjoin the president entirely. Courts are set up to handle individual cases and controversies based on an individual set of facts. If there are multiple individuals with the same set of facts, you can certify a class in a class action lawsuit. And that's the government's argument here for how to handle these things. Because the Supreme Court justices were asking them, they're like, well, what's the alternative than a nationwide injunction? Government says it's just the same as we always do it. Like, you You just certify a class if they're similarly situated. If they're not similarly situated, a nationwide injunction doesn't make sense, because how do you determine that all of these people should have birthright citizenship? And how do you determine that Trump can't change it at all? And then you get into constitutional questions about what presidential power is. And the president is a sole organ of foreign relation. Birthright citizenship has foreign relation implications that are pretty dramatic, right? Like 2 Mexican citizens walk across the border, pop out a baby, and now you have an American citizen with 2 Mexican citizen parents. Which country is supposed to take them in? When one country takes in the citizens that its citizens, and the other citizen comes with it, they've taken a citizen from the other country. So there's a lot going on here, and it's it's a huge question. But I think the president has the power to say that birthright citizenship is bullshit. I think that's within his purview. And I think what Trump has done there is correct. Correct from a presidential power standpoint. Morally, I don't give a shit. Like however that's going to be governed is not a huge effect on me to the point where it's like a big issue. I'm okay. I'm okay with whatever we decide. We've got We the Rabbel says, shout out to Vlogging Through History for Civil War history questions. Check him out. Allegan News says, military control of southern states after the American Civil War ended in 1877. 13th Amendment ratified 1865. 14th, 1868. 15th ratified 1870. All were ratified well under military control. Well, yeah. But they ratified them. They did it. Again, the ratification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, I'm not aware of a controversy surrounding them. Some people may not like them. Of course, there's amendments that people don't like. That's fine. But the ratification of these is not controversial. The implementation of them and the Supreme Court jurisprudence surrounding all of them is controversial because, again, these amendments were intended for a specific group of people in a specific circumstance, which was former slaves who are now integrating into society. And it is the northern, it really is the northern states trying to tell the southern states, this is how you behave as you allow this. Even though the northern states were fucking monsters to black people. Like, let's not pretend that they were great. Like, oh yes, they're so benevolent. Like, aha. But, they were certainly, kicking them a little bit while they were down, saying, no, this is how you treat people, very racistly. And, yeah, I'm with you on that, but I'm not aware of this being super controversial or anything like that. So I don't think the questions, I appreciate the super chats, but I don't think the questions are particularly relevant to the discussion of whether or not birthright citizenship is applicable through the 14th Amendment. We the Rabbel says, I propose an amendment to rename the 13th Amendment to 1351 Amendment. I'm with it. I support that. Allegan News says they did it well. Pew pew was pointed at their head, but they did it. Yes, they did. But here's the thing, like just a mild pushback on that. They agreed to the terms, and as we learned in Texas v. White, the terms were never violated. There's something there, but they agreed that they couldn't leave the union without approval from the other states, and the other states didn't give it. That's how it went. They knew the score when they joined, that they took advantage of of being in the United States, and then they tried to leave it, and they didn't do it through the process by which they agreed to do it. Allegan News says, you are not a republic if the states are not under self-control. Again, the states contracted away their autonomy to leave the Union when they joined. They did that. That's in the Constitution. When they joined, and asked the states, the existing states, I guess, for permission to join, and they were brought in. They were bound then by the contract. And then they didn't follow the contractual rules on leaving. They thought they did. They didn't. And I mean, I could argue either way on whether or not they did or didn't follow that the terms were breached sufficiently for them to leave. Like, I don't care. I'm indifferent on the issue. I'm just saying they did agree to that process and then they didn't follow it is the ruling that happened. To the victor goes the rules. And the victor says you didn't follow them. Right. So that's how that turned out. Okay. So the Supreme Court says they issued a very short ruling that just says none of these nationwide injunctions for now. And there's interesting questions being asked by the justices. We'll probably see a question on the constitutionality of Trump's order come up in October, like a ruling on it, I should say. We'll see the court address it. But the court is sitting there asking, like, why aren't you hitting the constitutionality of this? And I don't know. There's just not really a good answer. So I have this article. I don't know if I want to read it now, though. Like, who's Richard W. Behan? Who's this guy? He's the author of Common Dream. Oh, this is going to be fucking great. Here we go. Yvonne626 says ratification of the 13th and maybe the 14th Amendment was necessary in order for federal occupation to end, so they were ratified under duress. Like, look, you're not going to get me to like disagree. But again, you asked for that army to be there in a way. And them's the ropes. Allegan News says, I'm here to find in the Constitution the contract on leaving. Can you point me to that section of the Constitution? Yeah, I mean, hold on. I can. State leaving Union, U.S. Constitution. Where is it? Does not contain any clauses that explicitly permit or prohibit a state from seceding. Well, it has the where is it? Let's see. Constitution itself, all formed to create a more perfect union. There's you can't leave without having effectively a constitutional amendment passed. Let's see. Where is it? Constitutionally, I'm reading this source. I swear to Christ, there's a section in the Constitution about a state leaving the Union and it requiring basically the permission of 2/3 of the states. But I don't know it off the top of my head. I'll look for it, but not right now. How's that? Oh my God, play Doom's video? Which one, Cindy? So I don't know. So here's this dork. Can we make this a little bit different shape there? It's a little bit better. Did I get all of those? Allegan News says Civil War came down to might is right. They made up the rest on leaving the Union. Man, I feel like it's in Article 4, 5, or 6, but I don't remember. Like I said, I'll have to look it up. Maybe I'm remembering something else. Maybe I'm remembering Texas v. White. Maybe I'm remembering the language of that decision. But might is right. I don't look like a chicken. Okay, so here's this guy, and he has 7 Supreme Court decisions brought fascism to America. I don't know if I want to read all of this. The question I have for you guys is America fascist? Scott Bellinger says, you were just on somebody else's life doing the same fucking thing. Wait, what are you talking about? Who are you talking? Are you talking to me? I'm very confused about what's going on now. So here's the thing. I cannot see America as a fascist country yet. Like it's not there. There's not effective corporate collusion to the point of fascism. And the way that this guy talks about it is kind of crazy. Let's take a brief gander at what we got. Okay. So he's talking about this nationwide injunction thing passing. That's what he's talking about. And it starts here. The Supreme Court in a 6-3 decision on June 27th created in President Donald Trump an American fascist dictator. I'm not going to do it. The decision in the case Trump versus Casa Inc. did not seem momentous. It declared only that federal district judges could no longer issue universal injunctions to foreclose nationwide harm. They could now grant relief only to a plaintiff in a specific lawsuit. But see, this is how courts have been supposed to operate from the beginning. One of the problems that I have is people have found that decisions made about the courts in the interest of judicial economy are convenient, and so therefore they're right. Nationwide injunctions or universal injunctions, whatever you want to call them, are convenient. They're fast, they're effective, and they foreclose a bunch of litigation that would otherwise need to take place on the same issue. But it's the same issue with different judges and different opinions and different arguments and different facts. So there's a trade-off there. But because we've allowed them, it's like, no, this is just how the courts work. People go, this must also be how the courts are supposed to work. And that does not follow automatically from how the courts work. It's funny because this guy is about to cite one of the most important decisions where courts took power that they didn't have. And here they are, like here he is saying that was bad and led to fascism, but he's also saying that that courts having this power, this extra judicial power, and extra constitutional power is good, is a good thing. So very strange here. We the Rabbel says, how do you feel about General Lee being memorialized in Virginia? He was offered the position of being USA's top general and refused to support his home state. Refused to support his home state, Virginia. I mean, I don't have a... Why are we talking about the fucking Civil War so much? Like, it was the 14th Amendment and the contextualizing it in Reconstruction was literally just a brief pin on this journey towards birthright citizenship. Damn it. I don't care about it. Like if people want to venerate Lee as like a good and honorable man, I mean, the North did. So you would think that the South, and particularly Virginia, would be fully welcome to do so. I think the decontextualizing of American historical figures is problematic, to say the least. Like it's like, oh, nothing they did mattered because they lived in a particular time that had a different moral set than we did. Oh, okay. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. So if Virginia wants to venerate Lee, like go for it. I don't care. Venerate whoever the fuck you want. Like it doesn't bother me. This is not an issue that bothers me. Tearing down statues actually is, because that's not yours. Like that's someone else's statue. But I'm not interested in this subject that much. It's like it was the bottom step of the staircase getting to where we are. Okay. Anyway. So here we go. The decision was far from trivial. Trump versus CASA Inc. was the coup de grace, capping 6 earlier and toxic SCOTUS decisions, which scattered over 2 centuries collectively enabled fascism. So just so you guys know, fascism is on. Like fascism is in, and we've got it. So I got to go just got my hair cut, and now I got to go get it again. I got to get the fash cut again, and we got to go short hair, and we've got to have lots of anger issues. In deciding Trump versus CASA Inc., the 6 conservative justices of the Roberts Court agreed with the Republican Party's inane claim. The injunctions of federal district judges across the country were impeding President Trump's ability to govern. I don't know if inane is the right word there. Like, that just seems wrong to me. Well, I mean, I guess he's just insulting it. I don't know. I don't think it's a stupid claim. It does impede Trump's ability to govern, right? Like this is so part of the issue with any citizenship question. As I stated, you have social programs that kick in, which means you immediately implicate taxpayers. So that's one thing that you have to deal with. That's one thing you got to deal with is you're immediately implicating the tax base. And you're requiring those resources to be put into this new citizen. Okay. But you also have a national security issue because, like, that is a path towards bringing other people into this country. That's why they're called an anchor baby. Like, the idea is that they are the anchor that then moves other people in to join them. And the other people coming in to join them aren't necessarily the safest people. They may not, they may be quite dangerous. They may actually be political enemies, operating in some sort of clandestine way, or they could be radicalized later. Any sort of issue could happen. So this becomes a national security issue in addition to a tax issue. And so, like, this idea that the president has no interest in governing this way, and that is just an innocent application of a meaningless label, is wrong. Allegan News says 30 countries have birthright citizenship in recent decades. Britain, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, and India have either restricted or abolished universal birthright citizenship. Thank you for sharing that. That's pretty interesting. It's always interesting to find out, like, what countries have similar stuff. The U.S. has like one of the weirdest policies on immigration and one of the weirdest policies on voting in a global context. And the crazy thing is, like, countries with much more restrictive policies on both call us bad if we try and protect either one. So here's a quote he has: "A president who can break laws at will is a dictator." Well, sort of. Only if they're actually breaking laws at will. But A president that can break laws at will is not a dictator. A president who does break law at will may be a dictator. This statement is far too inclusive. The political system creating and accommodating this condition is fascism. No, it isn't. Donald Trump is a dictator heading a fascist regime. That's not how fascism works, but okay. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, quote, "Our objective, one way or another, is to make clear that the district courts of this country do not have the authority to direct the functions of the executive branch." This is a classic checks and balances question. It's a power. It's flex. It's a flex off. These guys are on the beach. They're all oiled up, right? Like they're going for it. And whoever has the bigger muscles is gonna not really win, because I don't know what happens. But no, this is a question of a conflict between two branches of government. And actually in this one, all three. And because again, the district courts are not created by Article 3, even though they operate under some parts of Article 3 and under the authority of the Supreme Court. They were created by an act of Congress that's granted in Article 3 to Article 1 legislature. So it's weird how it came about, but you have the two branches of government fighting against the executive branch. So it's, this is a big question. Attorney General Pam Bondi, quote, "Active liberal judges have used these injunctions to block virtually all of President Trump's policies. The argument is laughingly specious." It's not laughingly plausible, but dead wrong in describing what is actually transpiring. Is it? I think it's just a little bit overstated, but I don't think it's that wrong. I do think it is impeding Trump's ability to govern. I think and it is blocking virtually all is a little much, but a lot of Trump's policies are being blocked here. He's in what, like 168 lawsuits, something like that. It is no more than misleading spin. It is no more than misleading spin, resting on two audacious assumptions. One, the functions of the executive branch never violate the law. And President Trump's policies certainly have not. So that was two assumptions in one, but they're both wrong. And they're both this is a logical leap that is not supported by the statements above. No one is saying the functions of the executive branch never violate the law. And no one is saying that President Trump's policies have not violated the law. That's not what Pam Bondi has said. And that's not what Stephen Miller has said. What they have both said is that justices that are politically opposed to Donald Trump have impeded his ability to govern through the acts of nationwide injunctions. And we saw this in Trump's first term in office as well. And we saw that those district court judges were acting on a political basis, and they ended up being wrong. The Supreme Court came out and was like, no, you guys are way wrong. And they were obviously wrong. In this one, that was in particular Trump's prohibition on 9 Muslim countries immigration in a temporary way until more effective policies for screening against acts of terrorism and terrorist actors could be put into place. Like that was the whole purpose of that pause on immigration from those predominantly Muslim countries, right? And Trump had the authority to do this, not only constitutionally, but Congress had also granted him the authority to do this. And his executive order used the exact language that Congress had put into law. And then one judge in Hawaii comes out and says, no, you can't do this. And it ends up impeding that policy for, I think, 2.5 years. And then eventually the Supreme Court comes in when the issue was almost moot and the policy was over. And they said, yeah, actually, Trump was right. It was like, well, yes, obviously Trump was right there. And so this idea that this is only about, Trump policies or functions of the executive branch, if you want to like depersonalize it, never violate the law. No one's saying that. The problem is these nationwide injunctions do impede lawful policy. And what we're going to have here is is this next part, the assumption number 2. The active liberal judges who think otherwise are knee-jerk partisans with not a shred of professional integrity. Sometimes that's actually true, though. Again, with as was the case in Hawaii, he was obviously wrong, and definitely politically motivated. Injunctions and lawsuits are issued to block the defendant's illegal action from continuing to harm the plaintiff. Yes, but injunctions, injunctions are restraints on actions prior to them happening. And so injunctions in and of themselves are actually rare, and there's a high bar to obtaining them. But these nationwide injunctions seem to be handed out like candy, especially on issues that, that are contentious, and that the injunction doesn't seem to make sense. When the judge determines the lawsuit is warranted and the harm is serious, federal district judges deal with issues nationwide in scope. Do they? On occasion, they do, but actually, federal district judges don't deal with issues nationwide in scope. They sometimes deal with federal questions, and they sometimes deal with diversity jurisdiction, which is where two people are in different states, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's nationwide. In either case, just because a federal law is being applied doesn't mean we have a nationwide issue. It may be applied in a specific state in a specific way, in a manner that's not indicative or consistent with the way other states apply it. So we wouldn't, in that case, automatically have a nationwide issue. Our court system is not set up to deal with nationwide issues as nationwide issues unless you go through a process to certify that they are in fact nationwide. They're set up to deal with the facts in front of them from the plaintiff. Now, if the plaintiff is a nationwide plaintiff, like a certified class of people across all states, with a group of representatives or whatever, sure. Federal courts do deal with nationwide issues. State courts also deal with nationwide issues in the same way, even though predominantly both federal and state courts deal with issues that are not nationwide. Like the overwhelming majority of cases are not nationwide cases in either judicial system. An honest doubter says, next president executive orders the vax for all. What do we do now? Every state has lawsuits, or at least every district has a lawsuit. And then you deal with the injunctions locally in those districts. That's what you do. That's what we actually did. I know people think like it was nationwide injunctions, but there were lawsuits in several states, and not all of the lawsuits applied nationwide. Also, impeach and hang them. If a president ever comes in again and mandates a vaccine, impeach and hang them. Put tar and feathers on them if you want. But can we seriously just stop pretending that we like politicians and want to keep them around? Fuck them. If they're going to do that, if they're going to mandate these things, impeach and hang them. Just get rid of them. Go away. Gone. The impeachment will shred their presidential immunity, and now their actions become treasonous actions. They can be tried for treason. They can be sentenced to death by hanging in the United States court system. So let's do it. I'm not the president. I don't give a fuck. I'm not subject to the hanging. Okay. So federal district judges deal with issues nationwide in scope. Their purview is every bit as wide as the Supreme Court's. No, they aren't. See, this is crazy. This is a crazy statement to say that a federal district court judge who runs a federal district, for example, there's one very pro-conservative district court judge in the Fifth Circuit. He's in a rural county in Texas, and he's the only judge in that, like in this particular area, in this segment of the district, and he gets all like the gun cases, right? And he's awesome. But that guy is not, he doesn't have the same purview as the Supreme Court. He really Doesn't. He shouldn't have the purview, the same purview as the Supreme Court. It just shouldn't be that way. And it's not set up that way. That's why there are districts in the first place, is that it is supposed to be localized to that district. Their jurisdictional authority does not exceed the boundaries of their district. So this is the problem. When the California judge reaches outside of his own federal district, then he has exceeded his jurisdictional authority. And not only is he then again impeding the president, but he's also imposing his will on other districts, other federal districts across the country. So to say that it should be the same as the Supreme Court, which the Supreme Court has actually granted the appellate jurisdiction in the Constitution to review these decisions, to say it's the same is an insane statement. And if they believe the harm from the defendant's action poses a threat to the nation at large, the injunction is applied universally across the country. It shouldn't be, though. Like, that's the thing. It shouldn't be that should be such a rare, extraordinary remedy. And it was at first, and now it's not. We have followed this protocol since it was established by the Judiciary Act of 1789. That's not true. Again, grossly overstating the use of nationwide injunctions by saying we've done this since 1789. Federal district judges do not engage in blocking actions they know to be legal. This is a false statement. Like, this is outright false, and it's demonstrably false. BD594 says, welcome back. Hey, thanks. Welcome back to you. Love you guys super chatting, by the way, but you should try out Super Tips. Have fun with them. They're hilarious. We got to get Judge Borowski on there. So it says the injunction in the case at hand and some 40 others against Trump were issued by judges who thought his actions were not and were harmful nationwide. Who thought? That doesn't mean they're right. And that doesn't, again, you're impeding the executive authority of the entire country because you think that the law goes one way. But we've seen over and over again that federal judges who are only removable by impeachment, they serve lifetime terms, often are partisan in how they do it, often notoriously partisan and specifically chosen for their partisanship. Did they make the judgment calls? Yes. Federal district judges don't do anything else. Do they ever make bad ones? Certainly, but they err on the side of caution. No, they don't. There are plenty of federal district court judges who err specifically on the side of politics. And that's not the same thing. And that's what's producing the controversy. One thing, I'm not going to read this whole article because it'll take forever and it's going to drive me fucking crazy. But one of the things this moron overlooks the entire time is that these nationwide injunctions are unpopular. They're not like this great thing that everybody's like, oh yeah, we love this. Like, again, it's impeding the will of a huge portion of the populace, the political will that is supposed to be manifest in the person that they elected as president to do these things. And then some like pencil dick judge is out there going, nope. That's infuriating. And that's not the system that was established. That's not what the district court system is supposed to be. And that's not how this is supposed to work. We're only going to read a little bit more of this. And then I think I'm going to switch to cooking with Kurt. Cause like, this is heating me up. I'm like, this is annoying. I don't like people like this. This idiot's writing a book too, which is worse. So he's going to publish it and like 4 people are going to read this moron's book. So here we go. If they've misjudged and the enjoined action turns out to be legal, its interruption does no serious social harm. That's yes, I suppose. No, wait. And the enjoined action turns out to be no, that's not true at all. So if they've misjudged and the enjoined action turns out to be legal, its interruption does no serious social harm. That's wrong because let's take this current case. Birthright citizenship, Trump says, no deal. You got to have one parent, just one parent. One's enough. America's great. One parent's enough for 2 people. So you have the birthright citizenship only apply if there's one parent as a citizen. That's the order. All right. Now, the federal judge comes in and enjoins that and says, nope, we're going back to the other system. That means that in the intervening time, or in the time that's elapsed between having the injunction hit and then finding out that Trump's actions were legal and the injunction was improper, he says no serious social harm occurs, except tons of people are granted citizenship in that window of time. Under this under the policy of birthright citizenship, anybody who's born in that window will still become a citizen and still burden the taxpayers at large and still pose the same types of risks that are not, that we're trying to combat here. And so to say that no serious societal harm will happen is only from the perspective of the person who is granted citizenship when they otherwise wouldn't have been, because they won't be stripped of their citizenship. And again, those social programs kick in. Again, it still is an anchor for the rest of the family to be moved in, or I shouldn't say the rest of it, but other family members or associated parties to be brought into this country in a way that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do. Actually, the implication, the societal harm is almost immeasurable with each individual birth. If you are of the opinion that birthright citizenship is not proper, right? Like that's the caveat. There are people who are like, no, that's how it should be. There should be birthright citizenship. So they wouldn't see societal harm there. And they're often pro social programs and have no regard for the responsible use of taxpayer dollars. They just believe they should be given out to whomever. And those people are never going to agree, right? But this guy is making a moral declaration that there's no serious social harm, but there is if you have a different perspective. If they've judged correctly and the action is in fact illegal, its interruption prevents serious social harm. What serious social harm is prevented? They've actually got this backwards in the birthright citizenship case, because if there is no injunction and a child is born in the United States, right? And Trump's policy is going on, but then Trump's policy is found unconstitutional. That child will still have been born in the United States. And so therefore, even though Trump had this temporary policy where citizenship was not granted, citizenship would be granted, because the analysis of how birthright citizenship worked would go back to the original. And that original analysis just simply says if the baby is born, on within the jurisdiction of the United States and subject to its laws, then it gets citizenship. So he's actually got this reversed. And this is a frustrating part about like these articles. They don't have logical consistency. They don't follow their own rules. They just say shit. Okay, here we go. Here then is what Mr. Miller, Miss Bondi et al. Are truly seeking. No federal district judge should be empowered to protect the nation's well-being from President Trump's illegal actions. See, this is a step. This is a logical leap that isn't true. They can protect from Trump's illegal actions just on an individual party basis or on a class basis. Use the processes that already exist to handle this. And that's what the Supreme Court's decision has now codified. I can't do this. I can't keep reading this. Like this article is long, but I want to get to the first decision just because it's always, this is my favorite case, right? So ignore all this shit. After 236 years of upholding the rule of law, the Supreme Court has now offered Trump an off-ramp. This isn't true at all. But here we go. Here's the first case of the toxic cases he was talking about that have led to fascism. And I do like this. This is the one I agree with 100%. The Supreme Court's first toxic decision occurred in 1803 in the case of Marbury versus Madison. With no constitutional authority to do so, Chief Justice John Marshall's court overturned a law passed by an elected Congress and signed by an elected president. How democratic was that? This is amazing. SCOTUS has exercised the power of judicial review ever since, throwing out both federal and state laws. All right. How democratic was that? Democracy, for lack of a better word, brought President Donald Trump into office. There's no question that Donald Trump was democratically elected, as democratically is defined. He won the popular vote. He won the and he won the electoral vote. So he was both democratically elected and republicly elected. Like both systems supported his election. All right. And then he starts to implement policies that are consistent with his campaign message and his platform. That is democracy in action. Like that is the democratic process. An appointed, non-elected, for life federal district court judge issues an injunction. That's the actual non-democratic action. That's the one that is impeding the democratic result. It's amazing. Like this guy has no consistency, and it's fucking crazy because he doesn't even see it. Like he has no idea. He's like, no, this all makes sense, what I'm saying right now. But what he's saying is retardedly wrong. It's the literal opposite. And he doesn't even know. Put him to the sword. Fletcher Boy says Judge Doro would be a great guess, and she's a good-looking woman. Who the fuck is Judge Doro? Jennifer Doro. Oh, wait a minute. She was down in. Wait, is she the Darrell Brooks judge? I think. We the Rabbel says proof America isn't going fascist. Epstein. MAGA is not having it. Not having it equals not fascist. No, Epstein killed himself. And there's no list, guys. Don't worry about it. I know, like, I said there was a list, but there isn't one. Allegan News says, we finally get left to agree Marbury is BS. I'm listening. Can we also talk out the turkey feed case? Not today. Femme Natal, welcome to paralegal status. Nice to have you. Welcome. But I love this. Like, he is so out of tune. He's right on Marbury versus Madison in concept. And then he immediately like shows that he's wrong in his understanding of the rest of the world. Right. And that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. But I don't want to keep doing this. I don't want to keep reading through this article. This guy's stupid. Avi, hey, what's up? How you doing, girl? Nice to see you. We never got to talk during we were going to do a show about Karen Reed, and we never really got around to it. But we got to do that. Or, I mean, not necessarily about Karen Reed. We got to do a show together at some point. Because we definitely got to catch up. Got to see how you're doing. Also, guys, AV to the Seventh Power is a fantastic YouTuber. Very smart. Awesome lawyer. I think lawyer. You were a law student. I think you're a lawyer now, right? Like that happened a while back because you were a 3L. So anyway, smart lady, very cool, great YouTuber, and definitely check out her channel. Boosh McFadden says poo poo pee 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 poo poo. Gross. No. Nothing you can say for the rest of the day will matter. Let's get into this. I've been waiting for this. I can't hide it anymore. first, before we are going to do cooking with Kurt, but I have an announcement to make. Wait. Oh my gosh. All right. I have a channel announcement. This is very, very important. And I need you guys to do this with me. We're changing our chat engagement policy. All right. We are changing. There's some changes coming, and we are cleaning house. No more. Let me have my spokesman talk about it right now. This seems like a good idea.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law. And this is going to be a.
I love his intros. I love it. I don't know what else to say. Look at how coppery like his facial hair is and his eyebrows, but the rest of it is so like light. I don't know what's going on with that. Like, I don't know if is there coloring going on? Like, what is happening?
A very short stream. I'm just here to announce a change in chat moderation and chat response policy. So our moderation rules will remain the same as they exist now, but my policy is changing in terms of chats I will be responding to during live streams. From this point forward, I will not be responding to any chat unless it comes from a channel member or it's a super chat.
Same. That's how we're doing this. I'm done talking to you white chat plebs. No more. You better be a member or you better super chat or your chats aren't getting read ever again. Now, why? Why is the big question? Why is the question? He's going to say something. It's funny, but I don't believe it. I think there's a different reason. Where are you looking? What are you looking at, Kurt? What's on the other side? What's over there? I'm a lot of fun.
The reason for this policy is simply that I can't continue chasing all the rabbit holes from recent streams. It's just too tiring.
You guys talking to me is so tiring. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Like, I can't just keep responding to every single chat. It's like, don't. Why? What are you talking about? How is this his problem?
Exhausted. In the last couple streams we've been doing in response to Trump, tariffs, the high school stabbing, and other things that we've been talking about, I've been getting a lot of pushback. And to some degree, the chat isn't even really listening to what I'm saying.
You guys aren't listening. You're not even listening. You're having your own conversations. I'm out here talking. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Have my pizza casserole.
Because they're just saying things without really hearing what I'm saying. And I just can't keep chasing every rabbit hole. It's just too exhausting for me to cover the same ground over and over. And for me to try to continue finding new ways to explain the same concept over and over. I just can't keep doing it. There's just too many people in chat for me to try to. There's too many people in chat for me to try to respond to, basically the lowest sort of common denominator. I just can't do it anymore. It's too.
I can't keep talking to you dummies. So send money. This is amazing. Gosh, why is everybody else so much better than me? We the Rabbel says us plebs equals we the Rabbel.
It's too taxing. And so in response to this, the only way I can see to deal with this on a fair basis is effective immediately. I will not be responding to any chats unless they come from a channel member or a super chat, which incidentally isn't a guarantee that I will respond to those chats.
He makes no warranties, guarantees, promises, or representations.
But it is the threshold. It is a necessary but not sufficient condition. I retain the right to not respond to chats from.
He retains the right to not respond to super chats too. Like that. What value are you even getting? No free chat. Your super chat may not get read. Like, oh my God, what's happening here? He's the Campbell's soup of chat responses now.
members and or even potentially super chats if the chat, at least in my best judgment, is in bad faith or otherwise is not a productive use of my time.
Listen to how he talks. If in my judgment it's in bad faith or not productive, then I'm not going to respond. Well, no, of course not. Why are you announcing this? This is the weirdest thing. He's announcing that he doesn't have the self-control to he's just gonna keep going down all these rabbit holes, and he just doesn't have the self-control to self-manage this. So he's announcing his solution, which makes me really happy, because his solution is like, well, I'll only respond to this. But he's demonstrably incapable of doing this. That's what he's saying. I cannot manage this. So instead, I'm going to implement a system where I am the sole manager of the same thing that I just said I can't do. I just can't stop responding to all the white chats. So now my new policy is I'm not going to respond to the white chats. You can't. You can't. I bet it lasted a day.
I just can't keep fighting the chats constantly.
Why are you fighting
and being just having to respond and chase down every possible threat?
You don't have.
It's just mentally exhausting. I can't keep doing it, and I want to continue giving good legal analysis. I want to continue giving my.
Well, you should start with that first. You should start giving the good legal analysis.
My best legal analysis. And from time to time, I'm going to have to disagree with Trump on something, or I'm going to have to say that he was wrong about something, or he's violating the law, or whatever, it is. And I just can't keep re-justifying myself all the time. It's too much.
Imagine that this is your thing. Like, you are a live streamer and you're like, they're just these comments that keep coming in. Like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do about this? Like, I can't do it. You guys don't even listen to me. You just keep disagreeing.
It's too much. So that is just the change in policy. So I just wanted to change and announce that policy so that you can choose how to respond accordingly. So if you want a chance of me responding to your comments in the future, you need to either be a channel member and or a super chat, and otherwise I will.
If you want a chance at my response. I love this policy. I'm with it 100%. Get with it, guys. No more white chats. Hey, what's up, Rita? How you doing? Allegan News says at least Bronca has his standard $5 or more. Kurt's still at $1.99. Chat's okay. Glad he is increasing his standards. Is he? This video is from I think April 8th. It's from a couple months ago. It is. I thought this was in response to me, but I don't think I was streaming yet when he did this video. So he might be being honest here.
Will not be responding to anything but those, and just to try to maintain my own sanity. So that is all I have to say about that. I've been on civil law. I hope you understand. And until later, my friends, I hope all is well. Cheers, my friends, for now, and goodbye.
Now this, I got to give him some credit. This is a way better look than what we're about to see. Like, he has made some improvements. He's still got some. Oh my. I just noticed something. Hold on. Look at this shirt. Like, what is is he Greek now? Like, what is happening with his collar being popped open like this? Whoa. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about Kurt. Because I like this. The anatomy of his shirts is baffling to me. I don't understand them. Sorry, I just noticed his deep V with the chest hair popped out. He needs a gold chain. He needs a gold chain tangled up in that in that chest hair that needs to happen. Hey, Miles, thank you. Thank you. All right. So that's the first thing we've got going here. Now we need to get cooking with Kurt. There's just nothing. There's no more time to waste. Wait, what was that one? There's an unlabeled Cooking with Uncivil from 3 years ago. Oh, gosh. Oh, man, I want to know what that is. I got to show you these thumbnails. Like, they're so good. All right. Hold on. Here we go. So here we go. So here's like this. I like this one, Cooking with Kurt chili. He's got like an AI chili dish here. This is good. No bean chili. This is fine. Whatever. Crying Statue of Liberty. That's great. But look at the cooking ones. Look at these faces. Look at these faces. Oh, each one of these faces is the last thing someone saw before going in a fridge. The Dugum, welcome to paralegal status. Gumbo, this is what we're gonna watch. We're watching this one. Like, oh my god. Oh, look at, we've watched most of these. Wait, what is this? All right. Look at the face. Just what? Why would you do this? Why would that be your? It's like, here's what I'm going to do. These are great. I probably got a bunch of shitty ones too. I shouldn't talk. Oh no! No, someone figured me out. You making fun of Kurt is clearly you trying to hide your own insecurities. It's pretty pathetic. Yep, you got me. Nailed it. Absolutely. I believe I am also a 350-pound monster who makes disgusting casseroles and then offers them to minor children along with wine. You're right. I'm very insecure about that. What is happening here? Like, what is this shrimp donut going on? It's like AI doesn't understand how shrimp works. So it's like, I gotta have shrimp with this gumbo. We got these shrimp donuts going in. Got let's put all our ingredients on top of a fucking cloth with sawdust on it. What is this? What is this? Why is this spoon back here in a jar of hair? Wait, okay, here we go. No. We gotta go. Sorry, like I said.
Hello, uncivilians. How are you doing today?
Oh,
I am Uncivil Law. We're here.
We immediately have to start off with the stop wearing dark shirts. Stop it. You just gotta stop. You gotta stop, man. Just stop. I told him a long time ago, years ago, stop wearing dark shirts.
Here with another Cooking with Kurt stream. We are making gumbo today. Also,
so many of his Cooking with Kurt videos are the exact same dish that I made on a Cooking with Rackets video. I was thinking about that as I was scrolling through, not on the show here, but like earlier. And I was like, whoa, I made a couple different chilies. I made a quick and dirty chili as well. And so he did his simplified chili, right? Like he did that along with a no bean chili, which I believe I also made. I made gumbo. I made steak. I made scrambled eggs. I might not have made scrambled eggs. I don't know if I've done that. I didn't. it didn't occur to me to make scrambled eggs. I don't think, but I might have done it. I don't know. But yeah, I haven't done the casseroles though. He has me licked on casseroles.
Jambalaya, basically the same thing. The principal difference being, as far as I can tell, jambalaya is made with rice.
What did
Doing today? I am on civil law. We're here with another Cooking with Kurt stream. We are making gumbo today. Also jambalaya, basically the same thing. The principal difference being, as far as I can tell, jambalaya is made with rice in the dish.
No! 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 I want Hurricane Katrina to hit him right now. What the fuck? Jambalaya and gumbo are not basically the same, and they're not delineated by one of them having rice in it. No.
In gumbo, typically you add rice afterwards. So let me mute my thing.
Motherfucker.
Great. All right. So we're doing that. We're making gumbo kind of slash jambalaya, I guess.
The camera angles always make me feel like I'm tied to a chair looking up at the person who's gonna feed me and keep me company while they just had to take me home.
All right, so to do this, we will be using a bag of shrimp, pre-peeled, pre-divined, tail off shrimp.
Not divined, deveined. Not divined. Not divined shrimp. I've no problem with this. Frozen shrimp, peeled and deveined. Like, unless you're gonna save the peels and make shrimp stock, which your homeboy ain't. Like, this is good. This is a good choice. I like it.
1 pound of shrimp.
Divined shrimp.
We got ourselves
Jesus shrimp.
Nick, I need to eat your creamy Alfredo sauce.
Let's play Italian.
2 packages.
Thank you for the super tip.
Of andouille sausage.
2 packages.
Which is exactly what you want. So we got that.
Wait, what did he just say? Wow. I think he said 2 packages of andouille sausages, which is exactly what she wants. How sexy can it get? Oh. Oh boy.
We've got ourselves 2 packages of andouille sausage, which is exactly what you want.
He did. He said it. Arclight says, I thought you weren't allowed to play AI Aaron anymore. Why not? Aaron asked this, not to get too deep into this, but in the restraining order, Aaron asked the court for a prohibition on me mentioning him, and the court did not grant that. So yes, I can do AI voices. I can talk about him. What I can't do is try to communicate with him directly or indirectly. And I have never, I have not tried to do that since I think the last message was April 11th of 2024, which is, part of the point of the contention in the HRO. But no, I'm fully able to do that and to laugh at him. He tried to get a, restriction on my speech on these mentions, but he did not get it. He did not bring a sufficient reasoning to the court to grant that.
So we got that. That is our meat portion. And then we'll be cutting up some vegetables. We got some nice sweet onion here. Sweet onion there.
Sweet onion. He loves a sweet onion in his head.
Green bell pepper.
Okay. Why? Do you know?
We've got some red bell pepper.
Bell peppers.
We've got some celery.
Celery. Okay.
That'll be good.
It's not that'll be good. It's essential. You have to have celery. Fucking green pepper, celery, and onion. It's the Trinity. It's the Holy Trinity. It is the base of basically every Cajun dish. It's not that celery will be good. It's that without it, it's not gumbo. Period. There's no way. It's like there's not a no celery gumbo. No celery gumbo means, I don't know, lock yourself in a storm cellar or something.
Matt Turner, you can get timed out.
I wonder what he said.
Some bone broth.
Why? Why did you get bone broth? No, it won't be nice. Also, bone broth
Then we
buy from the store
then we have
isn't
two
bone
different
broth.
can size of tomatoes.
Bone broth is to make a broth from bones to extract collagen to get a nice fatty texture to the, like a gelatinous fatty texture to your broth or stock. It is like, it requires you to cook at a very specific length of time to extract the maximum amount of collagen. Then overcooking a bone broth will break it down into it'll break down the collagen that will you'll completely eliminate the entire purpose of having it. Store-bought bone broth is a sham and it's a fucking mockery. Don't buy into it. And you don't want bone broth for gumbo. Like you want stock. You need stock for gumbo. You don't need broth. Broth is made with bone, like meat, bones, and vegetables. The vegetables are there. You want chicken stock to make gumbo because you're going to be flavoring the stock with everything that's in the gumbo. You don't need a broth. The broth is oversalted and has, like, a broth is made with onions and celery and carrots. Carrots don't go in gumbo. Stop it.
I feel like you have opinions on my cooking. Please teach me before I become an idiot sandwich.
What are you? I'm an idiot sandwich.
Because I'm not sure how much I need. So we have a small can and a big can, so we'll figure out how much we need.
My nose is
Depending
red
on how much
on and
space is
off
left
all the
in the
time.
pot.
That's why it's red now. Probably because it
We got a
has
little garlic,
capillary damage from
minced
years of
garlic.
drinking. Don't, like, I love the minced garlic jars, right? Like I use them if I'm going to put them in ramen or make like I like this when I have dumplings, like steamed dumplings, right? There's this dip that I like to make, and it's soy sauce, minced garlic, minced ginger or ginger paste, minced jalapeno, and then you just mix that up, and then you dip your dumplings in. It's delicious. I'm a fan of the pre-minced garlic. Don't do it for gumbo. Don't do it for jambalaya. Like, if you're making Cajun food, you just take a clove of garlic and you smash the shit out of it with a knife or a hammer or whatever you got, and then you throw it in the pot. Like, what are we doing here? Don't use this minced garlic with all the water in your gumbo or jambalaya. Like, this is gonna take hours to cook. Take some pride in what you do.
And of course, some better than bouillon as well.
Oh my
For
God.
additional flavoring. And of course, our seasoning for all this will be Tony's Creole seasoning, which is awesome.
I like Tony's. It's great. Slap Ya Mama, also good.
Okay, so
However, to be clear, don't put Tony's or Slap Ya Mama in your gumbo. Don't do that. What you should put in your gumbo is salt, fresh cracked ground black pepper, and cayenne pepper. That's what you should put in there. You don't need Tony's. You don't need Slap Ya Mama. Just try.
those are all the ingredients. So we will begin, of course,
At some point,
by
At some point, speaking of my big red nose, I'll probably go to like a cosmetic clinic and get my drinking nose treated and get those capillaries kind of reduced. Who knows?
sautéing the meat.
Saute your sausage. You can tell I've been drinking. Okay. You realize again, I'm subject to random testing. If I drink, I go to prison. Maybe peck implants.
All right, let that get warm.
They have those. It's
As
so
we
weird.
cut up our sausage and stuff and put that in there.
MDW says, Nick, you can be you and do law stuff or news stuff, but this stuff with Kurt just ain't it. Wishing better for you. Yeah, thanks. I'm going to keep doing it. It's so funny to me. Oh my God. You're right. I can do law stuff or news stuff. I can also make fun of Kurt. It's funny. Can't Kurt copyright me? For what?
For this.
For going through and transforming his video into something that is completely different than what he did. He's doing this video on how he cooks gumbo. I'm criticizing it very specifically, criticizing the content, and I'm also turning it into something that is it's a comedy video now. It was a horror video. It's very transformative. Brittany Court, thank you. The Kurt stuff is my favorite Ricada content. It's my favorite content to watch. Like I don't know what to watch on YouTube.
This will be fine.
But I love watching.
Yes, I do want to be. Yes, then I do want to tie me up, Mark. Yes, exactly for that.
An embarrassment to Minnesota. Good.
Congratulations.
Hate the state. Fuck it.
Kit Kat, I see you in chat. Will you take care of that, please? Thank you.
You're an embarrassment to Minnesota. Oh, thank God. If I was embraced by Minnesota, I'd question all my decisions. How long does it take you to open an
All right, I'll do it myself.
There's a peel thing.
Bye.
He had the scissors. He already had the scissors and he couldn't get it open. Or no, it's a knife. Like, what is that knife? He's everything he owns in his kitchen is like a gimmick item. Like all of this knife with like these two weird prongs, some serrated edge. Like, what's the purpose of this?
No problem. You're fine.
I know.
You're fine.
Just take it off your cutting board so you have room. SS Hopstromfuhrer Alex says, it's okay, Nick. If I squandered what you did, I'd also have to be drunk to cope with it. You'd have to get what I had first. You should try it. Go do it. Go give it a shot. Put your put your talents to the test. Go get something.
Don't forget the delicious vinegar.
Wow. So Nick's not down with the divine shrimp anymore. What an apostate.
Jambalaya, gumbo, timing people out. All this is getting in the way of the business.
With the business. Guys, cut on the curve first. Your knife isn't randomly attacking the other side of the sausage. What are you? Oh, he did. Why are you keeping the sausage there? Just move it. His finger's gonna get cut. His hands are shaking like mine. Holy shit. Do you see that finger shake? What's going on with that? That was concerning. Holy shit. Like, I sometimes have shaky hands. They're pretty good right now. They're good right now. They're not always good. That was concerning shaking even for me.
Turn that off. It's getting a little too warm.
He just has I think he just has oil boiling in his pressure cooker right now. Did you hear that? He just turned it off because it's getting too warm. Like, what else is in there? The sausage isn't in there yet. The sausage is all on the cutting board. Oil typically doesn't crackle like that unless you put water in it. So did he just put oil in do you like wash out the pressure cooker but leave water in there and then put oil in and then just crank it to high? Shaking like that. I know what stinks. Oh no! You
Lost the sausage leg.
Lost the sausage.
That's a disaster.
I will put these in. Sausage time is a glorious time. All right. I like that. That was cool.
Glorious time.
Oh, there it is. Yes.
Dun, 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 dun. Do I use any fresh ingredients?
Yeah, I did not know that glorious time was coming there. Like, yes, got it down.
Does that answer your question?
Does this? I use fresh ingredients. Drop some celery on the cutting board. Does this answer your question? No, it doesn't.
You crybaby bitches realize you don't have to watch, right? Nick, don't ever stop watching Cooking with Kurt, ever. It's more hilarious than the time I said knee grrr in a courtroom.
I can't, like, I want him to cook everything. I want to buy him like the Julia Childs book. I want him to do like that movie where it's like cooking through Julia Childs' cookbook. Hey Ellie, how you doing?
Hey, homo, you know you like your shit gumbo with extra ketchup. Jake, I love you, Dad.
How you doing, Ellie? Ketchup and gumbo, that's disgusting. Like, that's horrifying. Would you buy the complete series on DVD? Yes. Those are some thick ass sausage medallions, gumbo. You cut them thinner. Do everything fat.
Okay, that works.
I've never noticed his hand shaking like that. Kurt, like, he did drink a lot. Like, he drank a lot on my show and on his show. I don't know his personal drinking habits outside of that, although I think for a while they were pretty bad. They might be different now, and that might be why he's shaking so much.
That's just the utility knife. That's the knife that's like all-purpose knife. It's an all-purpose utility knife. That's what it's supposed to be anyway.
No, that's not an all-purpose utility knife. That's garbage. It's an OXO garbage knife from Target or whatever. What the fuck? There's no knife that looks like that. It's like we're going to combine all knives, and this is the super Omni knife.
I could use this chef's knife.
That's not
I suppose.
Knife. What?
If you'd prefer.
He just throws it in this thing.
It'll make you happy.
Yeah, this will make me very happy. Look, all
right, so we got our things going on there.
Can we do? Damn it! I want to see this pan across. Man, what is going on this counter?
All right, so we got our things going on there.
Dying cloaketeer. Yes, correct. It's so fascinating. So the funny thing is, he had something poppling in the pressure cooker, which he was about to dump in 2 full sausages. Like, you really, and he had it hot, and then he turned it off. And now he's trying. So you want to brown the sausage. You want to get Maillard reaction. It'll also make it bigger, but you want to get a Maillard reaction on the sausage. Like, that's what you want to do. Okay. Which means you want your sautéing surface to be hot so that you get the proteins cooked through. Otherwise, you're not going to get there. It's just not going to work out for you. But you want to brown the sausage. Or I guess you can start cold and render out all of the fat from the sausage. Like, you could do that too. But he like put oil in there, got it hot, then got it cold, and now the sausage is not making any sound as it goes in. There's no crackling or sizzling or poppling or anything going on. He's just fucking killed it. Stirring. Why are you even stirring it? Nothing's happening. Oh, he's just now turning it on. Time is the first time. What up, Crow Minion? How you doing?
Okay. So that's coming along nicely.
Is it? Nothing is happening. Right. It's not coming along at all. It's like looking at an abandoned school bus and being like, it's doing great with the children. Wash the please wash the celery.
I got myself this thing to help me cut the vegetables.
No.
A little dicing machine here.
Oh no.
So I know you guys have criticisms on my cut. So I'll just use this instead.
Why are you dicing the celery? What are you doing? You didn't wash it. Ew. Why are you dicing celery? What the fuck is happening? What? Celery is fibrous. Like, you should just tearing it. He's like, someone called him like Lenny from Of Mice and Men. It's like, celery. Big toast. Laptop Gumbo. The celery fibers all over the place. Why are you dicing? Like, you rough chop celery for, like, celery's good. You want to eat it. Well, that was mean. Oh no, that's what are you doing? Throw that part away. That was the root of the celery. It's all dirt and shit. He just put it right in there. The dirtiest part, and you don't want to eat it. It looks so hard to use this machine. He uses it all the time. I wish you would sing Pearl Jam songs. What are you doing? I'll bring a knife and a cutting board to my slap chop fight. What are you? It's an Ryobi celery cutter. Look at how he's laying it. Oh no! Gross! He's got the little tendrilies in there.
Does it look pretty?
No, that doesn't look pretty. It looks like bullshit. What are you doing?
Does it look all pretty?
You're staring at like a baboon. What the fuck is going on? How many stalks of celery are we even at this point? Does he even care? Oh, he's just... God, he's piling it in like it's a train car. Is he gonna do the entire thing? You don't need this much celery. Oh, gross. Oh, it's dirty right on top. Ew. I know it's 0 calories, but you need your celery and your onion and your green pepper to be balanced. He only has 2 green bell peppers. $10 because he doesn't wash it. He already didn't. He didn't wash it. No, what are you doing? No, don't just... What are you doing? Why?
All right.
Just...
So I think that is our initial celery. We can always add more if we
No,
need to.
you can't.
But that's
no.
half the celery, I think.
Why would you add
So
more
enough for now.
later? It's gumbo. You need to layer your flavors. You should be building your...
All right, next thing. Onion.
Your celery shouldn't be in there yet. You should take the sausage out. What the fuck?
This is sweet onion, by the way. Just as a friendly reminder, I do prefer the taste of sweet onion, and also
who cares?
It's a little bit easier on the eyes. It doesn't cause you to tear up as much, at least from me, as regular white onion. So, and I prefer the taste of sweet onion. So
it's going in a gumbo.
Sweet
you don't
onion,
want
also
a
known as
sweet
Vidalia onion.
You don't want a Vidalia onion in a gumbo. What's wrong with you?
What this is. Take off the peel. Okay.
All right, you don't think he's gonna make a roux? Like what? He's just gonna... I mean, he's probably just gonna dump flour in there with the sausage. It's cold.
Okay. Cut off the end right there.
Why? Just put it in your slappy choppy.
Just like that, right? Then we'll just cut it roughly into quarters.
Those knives are as dull as his commentary.
Small enough to fit into the machine. Let's try it.
Brian Dunham, I'm sorry. Take some Xanax or something. You're going to need it. We got a long way to go. He's a fucking ogre. I can't take it. Like all he... Yeah, Chef Jean-Pierre is going on break. That guy's awesome. Okay. I like that guy. Jean-Pierre. Rusty Shackelford says, I wasn't expecting food wars with rackets versus uncivil law, but this is amazing. This is like, I'm not lying. This is my favorite thing to watch. on TV, on YouTube, or whatever. I want to watch Kurt cook cereal. I want him to make everything. it's horrifying, but it's so funny. Pansmace, he's half French, half Italian. Ah! I always think his hand is going in the dicer, right? Like the way his one hand's like, and his other hand's going to be in there, and he's just going to come up with no fingers.
Damn it.
Damn it. This machine's so easy. He broke it. He broke it. Such a time, it's a glorious time.
What am I singing? I'm humming Soup Time is Glorious Time for you and me.
Yes!
It's an Uncivil Law original song.
It's the best!
Soup Time
It's
is glorious time for you and me, baby. Soup Time is glorious time for you and me. You and me.
Darlene, I knew he was gross. Me too. But this is awful. He didn't even wash it. Don't eat it, Kurtz. Did he even wash his hands before he started? He never does. He never washes his hands. Like he grabs meat and then just no hand washing is going on. There's no gloves involved. He's just like meat. And this, he never washes his hands. He never washes them at the start, anywhere in the middle. He goes and sits down. He touches his phone, like slimes all over his phone. It's disgusting.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
The Soup Time is glorious time for you and me, guys.
I agree. I love soup time.
I have broken the latch on this thing somehow.
Rusty Shackelford says, Nick, what would your emo band name be?
Okay. Well, that just means the thing's going to come out every time I use it, which is a little annoying, but we'll make do.
Okay, hold on a second. I've almost got it. It'd be Love is a Law and I'm a Felon. That'd be my emo band name. 9 Inch Nose. Christy Lou, I know. He could just like one sharp. I want to send him one $100 knife, like a Wusthof knife.
Lots of pretty diced onion.
Or a Henkel's knife. Just
so
one.
Good a diced onion, just like that.
Just like that. That took
pretty,
forever.
right?
But yeah, just like, bro, just chop it up. Just one chef's knife was all you need. But like he's like, this is what are you doing?
It's soup time? Well, the song is soup time. But we can change the lyrics, no problem. It's gumbo time.
He's about to rip up his green pepper now and ogre it through that laptop.
Baby, gumbo time is glorious time.
Gumbo time.
For you and me, you and me.
Don't you want to watch a Kurt improv session? Oh, God, I would pay for one. I would pay for one. That's not dice. No, it's not dice. It's shredded. It's destroyed.
Latches in the pot? You're right, it is.
So
thank you.
He has sausage on the bottom, covering the entire area. And then he dumped in celery on top, and he's dumped in onion. I don't know if the sausage is cooking or not. He turned on something. Like, what's going on? Is he just burning the fuck out of the sausage now? Like, the veggies are just sitting on top, cooking at different times.
We don't want to cook. We don't want to cook plastic in the dish. That is not glorious time for you and me.
Art, there's
Plastic
no way
time.
he's thickening with filet.
It's not glorious time for you and me. Plastic time is some bullshit time for you and me. So.
Wasn't Chef Boyardee, you dumbass? It was SpaghettiOs.
I know you haven't met me. Me being Matt Poster. But hypothetically, whose breath smells worse, me or Johnny Crutch's? Be honest, I'll shut the fuck up after this. I'm broke now.
Ellie, never shut up. You're also wrong. I have met Matt. I have met him. And I've met Johnny Crutches. And I would say Johnny Crutches. Cynthia J. No, this is Kurt's bonus content or whatever. This is just, it's up on his Rumble channel.
Ha 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 ha. Now it's fixed.
I have fixed the chopper.
I fixed it. Thanks to you in chat.
In chat, troubleshot the chopper for it.
So whoever said the latch is in the pot, you get a cookie.
Bush, he didn't list okra as in his ingredient list. He doesn't have it. Okra, like
all right.
Gumbo without
now
okra.
It's all better and all fixed. Great. So now we have to cut up our bell peppers.
Okra is special. It's wonderful.
Got some red ones and some green ones.
Why even
I
have a knife?
imagine
He
we'll
just
cut all
tears
these
the
up.
vegetables apart. Arclight, okra can get slimy in certain dishes, but in gumbo, that slime actually just kind of thickens things. It's good. Yeah. What are you doing? Christopher Baker.
Cool.
I don't hate, like, I have frustrations about how things went between Kurt and I, but I don't hate him. I just have no, I don't have any desire to hang out with him ever again. Like that's that. I don't hate him. This content does not hate. Like, I love watching him cook. It is wild. The shit thing is, I keep expecting a finger to get lopped off, but I don't think that knife can cut through anything.
One bell pepper.
He did a count. One bell pepper. What? Why? Where did that come from? God, out of nowhere. One pepper. What? I know, Boosh. He's so abusing this chopper, and then he's like, break. He's just gonna tear up the bell pepper. He's got a knife sitting there. Move the knife. Why do you even have it? You're just ripping it apart with your fucking mitts.
Two bell peppers.
I'm gonna go just callously dump the red bell pepper in. Guys,
Like that, baby.
is green bell pepper.
Just like that.
Red bell pepper is sweet. Like, you can use red bell pepper in your dishes. I wouldn't put red bell pepper. 2 red bell peppers in gumbo.
Do I know the brand?
It's gonna put
Of course.
2 green bell
It's the
peppers.
same brand as me, baby. Mueller. Mueller Kitchen Products from Austria.
from Austria. Oh my God. Hold on. Mueller.
It's my brand.
Chopper. The Mueller Pro Series 10-in-1 8-blade vegetable chopper. No shit. Oh wait, no, I think he might have the 14-in-1. This is $5 on Timo.
And this particular one comes with 2 different sized cutters. There's a one that's less small if you want a coarser cut.
Yeah.
But there's ones on Amazon that have like 5 different size cutters for all kinds of
Yep.
things. But I just wind up using the smallest one
shit.
pretty much every time. But I
Oh.
think it's about $40 on
They're-
Amazon, something like that.
No, the expensive, like the ones with all the different blades you just mentioned, are $40. His like so cheap, which is fine.
Get
Like
the perfect result every time.
nope, never,
It dices. It dices.
never
It dices and
time.
it dices. It can do small dices and large
Rusty
dices.
Shackelford.
Doesn't tie.
Rusty Shackelford says, breaking news, RFK Jr. just replaced grains with unbreaded on the food pyramid.
Half a bell pepper, just that easy in one stroke. Simply take the bell pepper and fold it up so it's roughly the same size as the hole. Then, bam! Bell peppered.
It's just mashed. It's mashed potatoes. Like, ah. These knives used to be sold on the
Simply
infomercial
remove
by
the
a
seed
family
from the
Italian
bell
man
pepper like so.
dressed like a chef. It wasn't Ron Popeil, was it?
Then crush up the bell pepper in your hand so it fits the grates. Put it under the pressure and bam! Bell peppered. Bam! Bell peppered.
Don't worry, the dirt on all the vegetables is going to thicken the gumbo since he's not making a roux.
Bam! 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 Bell peppered. And you get these nice uniform cuts.
I look really
Look at that
unwell.
bell pepper
No, I'm
magic. Bell peppered. Bam!
It's just a pile of stuff. Picking up the entire pressure cooker. Like, this is disgusting. Luzio Diamond Mask says, yes, you are. I am Diamond. I said, what? Did you think I was lying? Call me a liar, bitch? Is that what you're doing? Get out of my house!
What do you think, guys?
Calm down.
What do you think?
What do I think?
Pretty good.
No, it looks fucking
Looking good, don't you think? I think it's looking pretty good.
All right, there's no roux. There's no Maillard reaction. There's nothing. Nothing. He didn't do anything. He didn't saute the vegetables. He didn't saute the sausage. He hasn't
All
done
right, let's
anything.
see now. Question.
Put those pills in there.
Question. Do we want to cut up the second onion? Do we need
No.
even more onion?
Those
What do you guys think? Do we cut up the second onion
planet
and put it in there, or is that too much onion? Needs more meat, so we're going to throw in the shrimp in a minute. But this is going to be more veggie heavy. Too much onion? I think you're probably right.
He's going to throw in the shrimp in a minute. That's cooked shrimp that he's about to put in a pressure cooker with gumbo ingredients. Presumably, he's going to run that thing for fucking 45 minutes. So he's going to pressure cook cooked shrimp for 45 minutes with everything else. You don't even have to cook shrimp in gum. Like, you don't have, I prefer to saute them But you don't have to. You can just add them to the hot gumbo once you've made it, and it like at the end, even when you turn the fire off, it just cook. It like they cook in 5 minutes. The like uncooked shrimp, and this is cooked shrimp. What is he doing? All it needs to do is warm up.
Right. All right. I think you're probably right.
Rusty Shackelford says, "How much money to make you wear eyeliner?" Hashtag emo Nick. I did.
But I will cut up a little bit more celery.
No, I don't have a reason to right now. Gonna add more celery. My man already put like 6 celery stalks in there. Oh, just yes, put the leaves in there. Just chop it. It's like 4 more knife strokes and he's done. He's like, no, must
Celery. Bam. Celery stalk. Bam.
We chopped up sauce.
One more thing of celery
on that cutting board, so it's just grease. The fucking thing is sliding all over the place. That knife can barely cut celery. That thing's embarrassing.
Damn.
I am hungry after watching this.
Bam. Just like that, baby. Bam. And you get nice little diced celery. Look at that. Look at how nice that is. Look how small that is. Little piece of celery there. Look at that thing. Little tiny celery. All right. All right. Big can of tomatoes or small can of tomatoes? Small can of tomatoes or big can of tomatoes? 10 ounces versus 28 ounces.
I'm sorry. What is happening? What the fuck is happening? Cans of Rotel tomatoes? What the fuck is happening? What are you doing? What are you doing? That doesn't go in gumbo.
Big?
No.
Small?
No.
Big?
No.
Big can?
No.
Big?
No.
Big seems like the winner. Big wins
No.
the race.
Oh, no. He's putting in the big can. Why? There should be no can. So he puts in the bigger one. Fuck me.
Your Honor, there's no law that says I can't put the shrimp through the chopper, too.
There is no law that says it. What is this red thing over here? Like, what is happening with that on the left side? Is that just like some other water bottle or kitchen gadget?
Now, I don't know how many of you know this.
No one.
Actually, how to open a can. So I may actually teach you something on how to open a can, or maybe not. Maybe you already know this.
Yeah, you take a fucking can opener and you just go. But he's gonna do like that Russian trick or whatever, where you like you rub it on the like a hard surface, or is that what he's gonna do?
But a lot of people don't know this. Okay. When it comes to opening a can.
Hey, you know what you should never be doing when you're making gumbo? Opening a can. There's nothing that goes in there that needs to come out of the can. Not a goddamn thing.
All right. So we got your regular, old, non-complicated can opener. All right. This is a can opener. You know can openers really well. Now, a lot of people open a can by doing this. They go vertical like
No,
this. They clamp down.
no. He's gonna do this. He's gonna put it on top and cut around the side. That is not how you open a can. That's how you cut the top off of a can. But opening a can is doing it this way, where you open the lid. Motherfucker, he's not. Yes, everybody watched this life hack video back in 2008 or whatever.
Down on it, and then twirl it from the side like this. But there's another way to do this. And if you do it the other way, if you do it this way, you'll get a jagged edge around the can. But there's another way to do it.
What are you worried? You're a goddamn adult. What are you worried about the jagged edge around the can? Like, are you going to shove your hand or your dick in there or something? Like, what are you worried about the jagged fucking edge? You're going to pour the tomatoes into gumbo. Like, you shouldn't be pouring the tomatoes into gumbo, but like, let's say you're justified, you're just going to pour the tomatoes into whatever it is. So who cares about a jagged edge? What the fuck is happening?
Instead of going vertical like this, you go horizontal like this. And you twirl it this way.
Oh, that's how you open a can.
And if you do it this way,
you cut the top off the can.
clean.
That's literally not clean.
No sharp edge.
Nick, I hate to say this, but your haircut is kind of gay.
Thanks,
but
Remy.
not as gay as Kurt cooking and asking underage girls to come over. Love you, man.
Love you back, because I'm gay.
Be careful, I don't have to be. There's no sharp edge.
That is still...
There's no sharp edge. I don't have to be careful. There's no sharp edge.
What if he just cut his finger right now? Just sliced.
So,
No sharp edge.
easy. The entire lid comes off cleanly. Just like that.
One second. I need to enable redirect, I guess. Fucking hell. Redirect. Add. No, wait, that's me. Dude, I have to do it later. I don't know. I don't even know how to enable redirect like on the fly like this. I just
So I've just taught you how to open a can using a can opener.
Yeah.
How exciting.
Taught me. I have raids on. I don't think I have Jim as one of the raiders.
Yeah.
Oh, that body shape.
You'd be surprised how many people don't know that. I've just taught you how to open a can using a can
You get
opener.
the profile
How exciting.
view of his silhouette here. Oh. It's like watching House of 1,000 Corpses as one of the cousins or whatever. God. The Dugum says, oh God, look at how much of the video is left. What is he doing? All right. So if you haven't watched a Cooking with Kurt video with us, here's the thing. I know what you're thinking. You're like, well, what's going on? He's like done for now. He's going to sit down and talk to the chat. And now every single one of these, without exception, something beautiful happens when he talks to the chat. Something amazing happens when he talks to the chat. And it's always a surprise. You never see it coming. When it's pizza casserole, he invites minors over to his house for alcohol. Don't ask why. He just did. These are like, the cooking's infuriating, but now he's about to charm us.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. You'd be surprised how many people don't know that.
Yeah, they don't know that. And he's got dandruff all over his like fingers and shirt.
What am I making? Gumbo.
Nope.
It's in the title. Making gumbo.
In the title.
All right. Now, of course, garlic.
Yeah.
Garlic.
There
Am
goes.
I drinking Guinness Stout? Extra stout to be precise.
Yeah, no, that came from the pizza casserole video.
This is not gumbo even in the slightest. Well, I say it is. So, deal. 1 teaspoon.
Wow, I don't want to see your.
I'd also like to know what your definition of gumbo is, incidentally, but okay.
What your definition of gumbo? No, it's the definition of gumbo. There's a core set of ingredients that have to happen, and you've missed some of the crucial ones.
I know there's a whole debate on do you make it with tomatoes or without tomatoes?
No,
so if you're in the
there isn't. There is not a debate. I've never heard of it. I've never seen it. And if there is a debate, who's ever on the tomato side should be put down like the dogs that they are. What the fuck? There's a debate on whether tomatoes should go into gumbo or not. Nope. No, there isn't. There's no tomatoes in gumbo. It's not real.
no tomatoes camp then. But yeah, this is basically gumbo. It's got andouille sausage, celery, onion, bell pepper, garlic. Sounds pretty gumbo-y to me, to be honest. And then, of course, we'll add in some shrimp. And for our...
Personally, I don't like combining shrimp and sausage and gumbo. Like if you're going to do a seafood gumbo, I think you should do a seafood gumbo with, some, maybe like some whitefish, some crab meat, crawfish, and shrimp. That's, stuff like that. Some seafood. If you're going to do a seafood gumbo, do a seafood gumbo. I think if you're going to do a land-based gumbo, you do chicken, andouille sausage, of course, is great. You can add other meats, but like personally, I don't like to. The sausage is going to overpower the shrimp. The shrimp's subtle, so I don't understand like why he's mixing them. Well, I mean, I understand why he is. I wouldn't.
Our liquid base, we'll be doing some chicken bone broth, which I thought would be a nice little add. So, no okra in this, but obviously you could do that too. But yeah, we'll be doing some chicken bone broth, which I thought would be really nice.
No okra in this, but you could do that too. You should put okra in your gumbo.
Does gumbo have rice? No, that's jambalaya. Jambalaya has rice in the pot. So gumbo, the principal difference between gumbo and jambalaya is if you're making jambalaya, you put rice in the pot.
No. First of all, as Art has been screaming, gumbo involves a dark chocolate roux. The darker your roux, the less thickening that it does. As the gluten cooks out of the flour. But so you have a dark brown roux and you get a soup basically with a gumbo. Jambalaya is not a fucking soup.
Gumbo, you make the rice separately. That's the principal difference.
That is not.
But
it is not the principal. What's up, Polish?
That's going to be kick-ass.
Turkey girl, no kidding. It's gonna be kick-ass. You just made vegetable stew.
And you get a little bit more of this like soupy texture, which is also very typical for like a gumbo. So I think
none of that.
I think we're gumbo adjacent.
You're not gumbo adjacent.
And then, of course, to really do the seasoning, we got this wonderful Tony Catker's Creole seasoning.
Tony Shasheries.
Which is kick-ass. So make sure to add plenty of that.
Hackeries. What?
Needs bay leaf. Yeah, you could add bay leaf in. That'd work too. I think it's looking pretty good, guys.
Fucking foul.
It's pronounced sauce charre. Sauce charre. Tony Shashere. Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate the correction of the pronunciation. Tony Shashere. I'll try to remember that.
Not Shasheries. There's no accent aigu on the E at the end. You see, and Howard, this is Nick's job. Yes, this is my job. It's a great job.
Looks fine. It's just not gumbo. All right. So for the gumbo purists out there, what in your mind is making this not gumbo?
Tomatoes. Everything you did that
we're gonna add in
gumbo
some better than
no
bouillon
roux.
while I'm waiting.
Brian Dunham, if you're feeling like self-harm, please call the national hotline.
A little bit of that too for some extra chicken flavor, because that would be really nice. Although we don't need that much of it. Roux needs a roux.
William, I love my job too. It's the best. Misty, this is really horrifying and I can't look away. I know.
No dark roux?
The key ingredient in the gumbo is all these pills over on the right side of the screen just splayed out all over the place. You know, he's got a Google Nest right there. He could just be like, hey, Google, how do I actually make gumbo? Are there fucking tomatoes in there?
Okay, fair enough. No dark roux.
Thank you, Sharon. I've already done a gumbo cooking show. I think I did gumbo. I did either gumbo or jambalaya or both. Dude, there was a restaurant.
All right, well, what would be a good recipe for roux?
Good flour and butter, you dummy. What would be a good recipe for a roux? Oh, I don't know. You could also use canola oil, like if you want, but flour and butter typically. Oh, fuck's sake. But any stable oil, any fat and flour is fine. So I was trying to say there was a Cajun restaurant down by where my parents live. It's not there anymore, but went there a couple times and they had something that was great. They were from New Orleans and moved to Florida. And they opened this. I think theirs was technically a Creole restaurant, but you could get their gumbo, you could get their jambalaya, or you could get jambo. And jambo is where they took a bowl of gumbo and dumped in a fuckload of jambalaya and mixed them. And oh my God, it was great.
Explain how Kurt likes to allegedly touch girls like I allegedly don't swallow mom goo.
It doesn't need any explanation. I don't know. You can just listen to him.
Maybe I can make one. What would you recommend? How would I go about making a roux? Or should I just look it up on the interwebs?
How do I make a roux? You put
Creole vegetables too late
and oil together in equal parts, and you
fat and flour. Okay.
And you don't stop. And it takes forever unless you're a fucking madman.
Butter and flour?
Like I do.
Okay. Add in the shrimp.
Flightless, I agree the roux was 20 minutes ago, but He's going to pressure cook all that shit anyway. He could probably throw a roux in there. But yes.
Well, next time, maybe I'll make a roux.
A recipe? What? Yeah. What's the recipe for a roux?
We always learn things here in cooking land. 3 parts flour, 2 parts fat. Well, I don't have any flour. So that will have to wait for another time.
What? You don't have any flour?
Yeah, well, low carb is also good because I do try to avoid carbohydrates where I can. You know, I mean, it's going to serve it over rice. There's already enough carbohydrate in the dish when I'm going to be serving it over rice. So, I don't think we need any more carbohydrate in the dish, so maybe
I know, maybe
we'll just call this a low carb.
I couldn't remember where to do it while live, and I didn't want to keep searching around.
We'll call this a low carb gumbo.
I thought I enabled Jim, but I didn't. Guys, this ham beast thinks like a low carb diet is going to do it. My brother in Christ, your casseroles have 4 pounds of meat and then 14 eggs. Like, there's low carb ain't gonna cut it, man. I avoid carbs. Yes, exactly that too. I didn't even think of it. He's eating it over rice. Yeah, he could eat it over.
Then use cauliflower rice. Yeah, I could do that too.
Nope. No, because Cajuns are just fine being fat. Just eat it over white rice. Like, just do that. Just do that. You know why? Because the white rice in your gumbo isn't your fucking problem. That didn't make you fat. Every other life decision you've made has made you more fat than the white rice in your gumbo. What are we talking about? I'm just fucking...
I'm going to throw it over rice. Yeah, that's the plan. You can make a roux from okra. Ooh.
No. You can make a roux from okra? No. You make a roux from flour and fat. What was that? Whatever audience member he just said that is like, you can thicken your gumbo with okra because it's got that slime in it. Not pickled okra, by the way, fresh okra. You can do that. Okra and filet. You can do that. But you can't make a roux out of okra. Like, what is going on?
It's a good idea.
No, it's not. It's not.
That sounds fun.
I'm a ton of fun.
A roux from okra. That does sound fun. That sounds like a good idea.
It's not a good idea. It's not real. What is that? Why does he keep talking about this? He didn't know. Guys, 5 seconds ago, he asked what the ingredients in a roux were. Now he's like, a roux with okra. Yeah, that sounds great. What are you talking about? That's not a thing. So it can't sound good. And you didn't know. You didn't know. Don't act like you know. Fuck you. I'm so fucking mad.
Yeah. Basically, just, turn the okra basically into flour.
What?
Put it in the blender, cut it all up.
No.
So you got yourself some okra flour, I guess.
No, you can't have okra flour. It's not a grain. What is it? Art, kill me. Somebody fucking kill me. What is happening? What is going on? What he's like, yeah, no, that's a great idea. You just blend up okra and now you have okra flour. That's not how flour works. It's like, look, no, you take petroleum and then you just you just put it on a griddle and now you have pancakes.
Yes, and use that. That'd work.
What's up, Laura B? Welcome. Holy shit, you're here. You're here.
That might work.
Okay.
It's interesting.
We've now transitioned into Act 2. And Act 2 is where he waits for the food to cook and he talks to the chat. This is I mentioned this earlier. I love this part. You may think, oh, I'm going to be bored because he was cooking and I was enraged. And now, like, I can't be enraged because he's not cooking anymore. Let's just go.
Idea.
The real Gumbo were the laughs we had along the way.
I could buy Ruin Store. That's true. I could buy Ruin Store. That's true. That too.
You. Why would you buy a store-made roux? What are you?
So, how long does it cook? I set it for 20 minutes on the Instapot.
20 minutes.
So I'll get up to temperature in then 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Gumbo, not in an Instapot, cooks for fucking 2.5 hours. If you're gonna put it in an Instapot, like 45 minutes to an hour, easy. What? 20 minutes? Why bother putting it in the Instapot?
The Louisianans in the chat are judging me.
Yes.
On my Gumbo.
The Louisianans in heaven are
fair.
judging you. All four of them. Oh, guys, just looking at the cameras gets me.
I'm trying, guys. I'm trying.
Wrong.
Did I add the bread and bouillon? Yes, I added 2 teaspoons of.
Did you kick Lord Farquaad out of the swamp yet? What are you doing? Green monster with a little dash of Christmas snow.
But it's a low carb gumbo sin roux. Yeah, I like that. I'll put that on the menu.
Ew.
Low carb gumbo sin roux. Yeah, I'll put that on the menu. See how the Louisianans like that. Low carb gumbo sin roux. Sounds fancy. How long does it last me? It should last me a week. Typically, when I cook, it lasts for a week. I have other things beyond that, but, I have it every day. Hard pass?
When he cooks, it's the same food. He eats the same meal over and over for a week. This man's life is so confusing to me.
Oh, dear.
What's up,
gluten free. There you go. It's gluten free. It's gluten free.
You keep killing it on the music and everything.
Gumbo.
Going.
It was storming here yesterday. I was storming here last night.
Tim the Tool says,
Did I
"Is
taste
it
it?
rich?"
No. Why would I taste it?
No.
I know it's perfect. Because I'm just that good. My meals are excellent. They always are. What meat did I put in? I put in 24 ounces of andouille sausage and a pound of shrimp.
It's perfect.
Do I like it spicy? I mean, you can always add heat.
You can always add a little heat. How do you know? Never seen you do this.
There will be some salt in there. That's true.
There will be some salt at some point, I guess.
As a Cajun in Florida, I'll tentatively give this a green light to be known as Gumbo. Thank you. I'm honored. I'm honored by your Florida approval. And I put in a teaspoon of minced garlic.
Art, I
put that into. Yeah,
I don't know.
A teaspoon of minced garlic.
I don't know how it's
And I put
going
in
to
some
come
better
out.
than bouillon. What's next in my recipe video? Oh, I don't know. I usually decide that morning. I decided this morning what I was going to make. I'm like, oh, let me make a gumbo in the Instapot, and then I looked up a couple recipes.
There's just gumbo
On Instapot gumbo.
An Instapot gumbo? No.
So I looked up a couple recipes on Instapot gumbo and saw what they're typically made with. And I'm like, okay, so
then he just improvised and made it not gumbo. Amazing.
none of them said made a roux. None of them said to make a roux. So maybe I was looking in the wrong place, but
yes, because you're looking at Instapot gumbo recipes.
I looked up a couple recipes on Instapot gumbo. That's what they came up with.
None of them said to make a roux. Hey, thanks, Laura B. Appreciate that.
And then tonight, I'm going out to another party for my improv group. We're going out to a...
I want to see...
Does my living situation allow me to have a smoker? I could probably have a smoker if I really wanted to.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Maybe. Where?
Do we need to stir the gumbo? We stirred it.
We stirred it.
We stirred it.
Been stirred.
I don't know how much you saw me stirring it, but I stirred it all together.
It's stirred. Mighty Bob, I don't know if there's video of the improv group, but gosh, I want to see it.
And then I got some nice instant rice. And it'll be fantastic.
This motherfucker. It's got some nice instant rice. Okay, next time, put the rice in the pressure cooker and use it as a rice cooker, which is really simple. Use basically 1.25 cups of water per cup of rice. You mix them up. I would recommend washing the starch out, but you don't even have to. And actually, you could use broth if you don't want to use water, but water works. And then you close it and you manually cook it for 4 minutes. That's it. And you get pressure, and then you let it manually release the steam instead of releasing it, or you let it slowly release steam instead of opening the valve. And you will have perfect rice every time. It's the simplest thing in the world. So next time, do that and then cook your gumbo in a fucking pot like a man.
Fantastic. Do I like living in Austin? It's fun. Throw a little brisket in your gumbo? That sounds cool.
Ernie Miller, I am a lot skinnier since then.
Oh, do we need to stir it while it's cooking? No, it's a pressure pot. You couldn't cook it while it's you couldn't stir it while it's cooking anyway. It's a pressure cooker. You can't open it while it's cooking. How long does it take to cook? 20 minutes. It'll be fine. I think the bone broth in particular was a really nice ad by me.
Nope.
As opposed to just regular chicken stock. Put in chicken bone broth.
the bone broth was that was a big ad. I mean, that was a good call. Do you know anything about that? Like, do you know? I wonder. I don't know. He might follow it up with some brilliant explanation as to why it's a good ad. He's never made gumbo. He's looking at pressure cooker gumbo recipes. He's like, the bone broth was a really good ad by me. Like, that was totally good.
I think that was a good call.
Why?
So, what Instapot do I have? I think it's 5 quarts or 6 quarts, something like that. It's not the biggest Instapot. You put a teaspoon of minced garlic in your coffee? Okay. Well, you have a very strange coffee habit, sir, but all right. If you're going to buy an Instapot, I'd recommend getting the largest one. It's not that much more expensive. And you don't have to worry about it as much, I think. Yeah, 6 quart. Yeah, I think it's 6 quart.
I mean, if you're single, you don't need a quart pressure cooker.
You know? Shrimp might overcook. Well, it's one of the reasons I added it last.
Blue is definitely my color. Thanks. It brings out my eyes. It's also
I thought
happens
about
to be
that,
my favorite
or
color.
at least tried to think about it a little bit. It's one of the reasons that I put in the shrimp at the very end, just before putting on the lid.
It doesn't matter. You're pressure cooking the whole thing. I don't know. You know what to say. Like he's like, that's why I waited till the end to put it the shrimp. You didn't do anything with the other shit. Holy fuck. Brian Dunham's talking about using raw shrimp and basically making a shrimp stock while you make the gumbo, right?
You get the 8-quart one. Yeah, get the 8-quart one.
Yeah, get that 8-quart.
That'd be my recommendation. Get the 8-quart one. If I had to do it over again, I'd get the 8-quart one. Even if you're only going to make 5 quarts, just get the 8-quart one. It's nice to have the flexibility.
He's sitting here is like, if I had to do it all over again, as if he can't just go to Costco or Walmart and get the 8-quart. He's like, nah, man, if I could go back. If I could go back. You spent $60, go spend 80 now. Like, what the fuck is happening? Oh man, I've done a lot of good in my life, but a 5-quart pressure cooker versus the 8-quart is just gonna haunt him forever.
Unless you like have a massive space problem, like or something, you really need the smaller one. But
yeah,
get the 8-quart one.
Get that. God, don't be like me. Get the 8-quart.
That's what I think.
I think mine's only 6. I got to go out there immediately.
How many settings? It has plenty of settings.
Tons
just put it on the soup stew setting for 20 minutes and called it a day.
You don't even know why. There's settings all over the place. Fucker has settings left and right. Like it's got more settings than anything.
Yeah, I think this recipe worked out well. We put in about
why you don't even
6
know
stalks of celery. I think
it looked like
one large sweet onion.
It was huge.
We did 2 red bell peppers and 2 green peppers. That was nice.
Got like 6 stalks of celery, that onion, and 4 bell pepper. Like that's a shitload of bell pepper.
We did a teaspoon, no tablespoon, no teaspoon, the small one. A teaspoon of minced garlic.
You should have done more garlic.
A pound of sausage, 24 ounces of andouille sausage, a pound of shrimp. Then we added in 2 teaspoons of better than bouillon. I think that's 24 ounces of bone broth.
What's up, Nicola? How you doing?
We added in the Uncle Tony's spices.
It's not Uncle Tony's.
I think it's a nice thing. I think it's a nice thing. I think it'll turn out really well.
Yeah, over your instant rice. Which one? What did you pick? What kind of rice did you choose? What rice?
Thoughts on Ray DeVito stabbing KB in the back by performing at Hackamania?
I wish you $1,000,000 hairs, my snicker.
Wait. So Ray DeVito was at Hackamania? Oh, wait, the first year, right? Like not this year, but the first year. I don't know anything about these people or their like interrelated relationships, so I don't have any thoughts on it. Sorry, Ellie.
And then we'll heat up some instant rice. Serve it over some instant rice. Should be great.
Just make rice. Thank you, Nicola. I feel well.
And if you come visit me in Austin, I will cook for you.
No!
Or we could cook together.
Wait, what?
It'd be a good date.
Yes.
You come here.
I knew it.
You come here.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. So it always goes here. You just give him enough time. He will get to it. Yes. This will be a good date. You know what? You come here. I got to go back. I was too excited. I missed it.
And if you come visit me in Austin, I will cook for you. Or we could cook together.
The dream.
It'd be a good date. You know, you come here. You come here. We'll have some white wine as we're cooking. We'll throw in some of the white wine in there and drink the rest.
Just throw some in.
We'll listen to a little music.
Whoa.
We'll chop up things together.
Yeah.
Sing cooking songs.
God, I'm turned on right now.
We'll sit around and eat our food.
We won't wash our hands.
Maybe with a little candlelight. Maybe we'll go outside, have a little cocktail.
Ooh, baby, I love your way.
I'll make you a nice mint julep.
Why are you in Kentucky Derby? Like, what the fuck is going on? You have some mint juleps, just throwing those around. You can't be so careless with drinks, Kurt. You can't just offer a mint julep out of nowhere. Oh my God.
Do I have an air fryer? No, but I have a broiler in my oven, which is the same thing. So, you know, we'll listen to a little music.
With our mint juleps.
Watch some YouTube together. Do a little editing maybe together.
Whoa.
That's your creativity show.
God, I wanted him to say, get your creative juices flowing. I wanted him to say juices so I could vomit.
Be a good date.
Great date. I can't think of nothing better.
I also make a good beef Wellington. I use Gordon Ramsay's recipe, but I'd like to think I do a pretty decent job.
Yeah, you put a can of tomatoes in that too, you dummy.
What kind of music? Probably just like
Lawrence
kind
Will?
of like light dinner music. Just probably put on a Spotify playlist, to be honest.
Yeah, just
put on a Spotify playlist for like a dinner party.
Yeah, like dinner party.
Spotify playlist dinner party. Put that on. Got some nice speakers here.
Spotify playlist. I got these speakers. Dinner party music coming. What's dinner party music? What is okay? First of all, you're not at a dinner party. You have a date. You have a date at your house. That's not dinner party music. Dinner party music is if you have a whole bunch of people at dinner. What the fuck is this? I don't know what that is. I don't know which one's more romantic. I can't.
You know, little white wine.
Little white wine.
Love an Albarino. It'll be good.
Yeah, it'd be delicious. Drink some stouts, some white wine, some mint juleps.
And no matter how it turns out, we'll have an experience together.
Gross!
We'll go out on the patio, enjoy the moonlight. Then the next morning, we'll go out and do a little brunch or something.
A little brunch.
That'd be nice.
A little brunch.
Maybe we can go to one of the bands that's performing on 6th Street or something.
Yeah, in the morning for brunch.
It'd be good.
This is an ad.
We've got some
Grinder ad.
Escalon tequila here. Respirado.
We're now up. We're up to 5 or 6 different alcoholic beverages that are happening in this state. Like, why are you mixing so much alcohol? Like, and I'm not saying 5 or 6 drinks. I'm saying 5 or 6 types of alcohol. Presumably, they'd be finishing the bottle of wine. Like, whoa.
Respirado tequila here. We could make a roux. How many DMs have you gotten from girls? I get one every once in a while. Get a DM from a girl occasionally.
Don't you want to know? Like, I don't want to know who, like, specifically. But don't you want to know the type? Like, I'm curious. I want to know the type of girl who, like, he says girl, which is awesome. I love that. He gets a DM from a girl on occasion. But what kind of DM? What is the type of lady who is sending Kurt DMs and like of the different types? Like, because it could be a legal question. Like, yeah, I mean, I get DMs from guys and girls all the time asking me like something about a case or a news story or a drama thing. Even just asking how I'm doing. Nothing untoward about any of it. Nothing, nothing romantic or anything. So like, I wonder what he's talking about. I want to know. I don't want to know. Just a second. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Had a kid with an upset stomach. I'm like, what do I take? Pepto-Bismol, of course. They've had a charmed life. They didn't have enough TV dinners or anything, so they don't have upset stomachs and like literally don't know. Like I had to, TV dinners and shit all the time. Do you guys remember those TV dinners? God, fucking gross. Like thinking about eating them now, it's like, because I basically cook everything fresh. I don't like frozen food. I don't like canned food. I use canned tomatoes on occasion when I'm making something that needs canned tomatoes. It's not gumbo. But most things, like I use fresh vegetables, fresh meat that I bought like that day. I don't use preserved food. But when I was a kid, like, didn't have the same fortune, so to speak. And so it was literally like those TV dinners with the shitty, like soggy fried chicken, the lava hot corn, the like ice cold mashed potatoes, and then the brick brownie, dude.
Everyone knows Kurt's cocktails are actually Jesus juice. Maybe he would felch like me.
Ew. Yeah, Art the Clown. Canned San Marzano tomatoes are absolutely incredible. It should pretty much be the only canned thing anybody should use. Correct. Yeah, canned San Marzano tomatoes, fucking amazing. Other than that, dice your own tomatoes. Vanessa V says, Ricada Law, please say a quick prayer for poor Art the Clown. The stream ended his life due to the cooking atrocity he witnessed. Rip Art. Art is dead. May God punish him for watching this video and send his soul where it belongs, straight into the fiery pits of Hades, the pressure cooker of sadness. Amen. Oh my gosh.
Ones that are local is harder to find. I'm talking to a girl right now in Chicago. There's a girl I'm talking to in Minneapolis.
Oh, who?
And a girl that's possible that's in Louisiana. Maybe she could teach me how to make a roux.
She'd kill you if she saw this. No, you're done with that one. Write that one off. This is years ago, so this won't matter. Kurt is out here macking. He is laying it down. He's got 3 women he's talking to at the same time. Do they know? Do each of? Are any of them exclusive? Like, are they going to be mad about this? Don't tell them. This is years ago. Like, this is over. Like, whatever's going on is over now. Look at I don't understand the biology of big people. Like, I don't get it. Like, this looks like he took a ball of silly putty, right? And he tried to ram his face through it. And this is like the view that comes out. It's like trying to escape velocity from the putty down here. Ugh.
She's a nurse.
Ooh.
So every once in a while, someone will contact me.
She's a nurse.
Sometimes we'll talk for a while, and sometimes it doesn't go anywhere.
Sometimes it doesn't go anywhere.
I'm 42. And I'm looking for a woman who's
Tell me more.
Not much older than 35.
Wait, now it's not much older.
So I'm 42, looking for someone who's no older than mid 30s who wants to have a family.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. Crascat, who am I going to make fun of next? I mean, probably more Kurt, but also me. I don't know. Whoever catches my attention that's funny.
Still the baby? Yeah, maybe.
Don't talk about babies in this context, please.
I hear the pressure heating up in the pot.
And in my heart.
Yeah, I hope I find one day too.
You got 3. What are you worried about?
You know what I like in relationships? You know, like it's like in love language. They talk about love languages and what you like. I like to receive like touch and time. And I like to give like, what would you call it? Like,
a lot of fun.
Like gifts or thoughtful things. And for me, they're like really small things. When I think about the things that I like in relationships, I like the small things. I like
all the small things. My gumbo, it stinks. What the fuck?
I like buying paper towels at the store because I know that you need some. You know, I like the small things. Just like, oh, I was here and I knew that you needed something and I got this for you. I like the small things.
How is he single? He's buying paper towels.
I'm going through the checkout and here's a chocolate bar that you like.
Here's a chocolate.
You know, just those little, I like the.
It's a check. It's he's going through the checkout. Like the chocolate bar, you like there's just Hershey's, I guess, right? Like there's not many others. There used to be more. Nestle's gone. I guess you have various strata of Hershey's that you're buying.
Those little things.
Those little things, girl.
And then I come home and be like, here are some paper towels and a chocolate bar I got you. It's the way I like to show affection.
Oh boy.
If I'm 40 is too old to have kids. Well, thank you very much for your thoughtfulness on that issue. That's great. I'd like to point out that the
Are you ever going to cover law content again?
Yes.
Super missed out on covering the aftermath of the Karen Reed shit.
I know.
But hey, you are a lot of fun and like the beach life more than the trial life.
Look, trials can be real slogs sometime, and the payoff isn't always that great. But yes, we started with some law content, had some law discussion, There's this Kurt thing though. It's fun. This is a night show. But yeah, there are more trials coming in the future. Hopefully they're not as long as Karen Reed's trial, and hopefully they have more excitement in them. But Karen Reed trial was pretty good.
Biology for men is a little different than women.
No.
So I got some flexibility.
Wait. Oh, that's right. He's talking about the age in which you can sire children.
I'd like to point out that the biology for men is a little different than women.
We know you like to point this out all the
So
time.
I got some flexibility.
Flexibility and Kurt are antonyms.
Yeah. But I'd rather meet someone sooner rather than later. It's like if I had a kid today, when they turn 18, I'd be 60. So, you know. Your husband makes coffee for you every morning? My dad makes coffee for my mom every morning, too. So, yeah, those little things. Yeah, those little things. That's the kind of thing I like. Doesn't look like I'm cooking. I am cooking. It's all in the pot.
What's up, Ice Dancer? How you doing?
I'm cooking. Floral bouquets throughout the year. That's cool. That's nice. If you're 80, too old to have kids, well, the law would disagree with you.
The law would
I
disagree.
don't know if you picked the 80 out of your hat, but
oh God,
there is the legal concept of the fertile octogenarian.
You can give yourself pink eye with
Which is
that.
even funnier because in the case of the fertile octogenarian, we're talking about women specifically, which is one of these wonderful little legal concepts. Like, if you're talking about, like, legally, like, you know, it would happen, like, in a will. It's like if, you know, give it to all the children of my wife or something. You know, if your wife is 80, as far as the law is concerned, she can still have children.
I don't know if he knows that 80-year-old women have had children. It's not common. It's very uncommon. But it does happen, like, on rare occasions. Plus, there are other ways in which they can that women can become pregnant at any age, like through IVF and the preservation of eggs and all that stuff. Like, with his talk about fertility, his talk about having children is so weird. It's like kind of down the road towards the manosphere, but by a retard.
Kurt likes the little things, just like his micro penis.
I wasn't ready for that, Tamara. Thank you.
She could have children today. Yeah, it's one of those weird little things in law. The fertile octogenarian.
And in biology, thanks, Fidget.
At least I taught you guys how to open a can. So that was nice.
We didn't know. Now we do. It's amazing. It's an education channel.
Would I consider adopting on top of having my natural children? Yes.
Don't be on top of children. You crush them.
Veggie cutter's pretty good. Great grandmother had a son when she was 45. Damn.
Oh,
garlic I had was so little, even a vampire would eat it. Whoa.
Man. Whoa. Wow. Someone had a baby at 45. Like, holy shit. Women aren't in menopause at 45. Like, they.
Feel like gaming? Yeah, we could do some gaming.
Do a little gaming?
Yes, we could do some gaming.
Yeah.
I was playing some RimWorld.
Don't you want Kurt to tell a girl that he wants to play RimWorld with her? Like, no context that it's a video game or anything like that. Just be like, hey girl, what's up? You want to play some RimWorld? I got a couple minutes. Like, I want that to happen so bad.
I might be a little old to donate to a sperm bank at this point. I think they like men who are under 35.
Oh my, they don't want it. They don't want it.
Physical beauty or superior intellect? Why not both?
Why not both?
But a woman who's intelligent, of course.
Yeah, it's cool. Why is that an of course?
What is it? Is that Ron White? You know, physical beauty can be fixed. Stupid is forever.
the smirks. You're so gross.
Your husband and you've been married 22 years? That's awesome. Beauty fades, stupid is forever. Well, beauty may fade, but thanks to the miracles of
Oh yes, I saw this.
Plastic surgery and hair dye and Botox and implants and liposuction. Thanks to the miracles of all these things, beauty can be fixed. Stupid is forever.
Why don't you do it then? Please. just do it. Beauty can be fixed. Objection. Facts not in evidence.
So, yeah. It's a joke, Bo Johan. Give me a break.
Fuck, there's 40 minutes of this. It's getting late.
It's a joke. It's not even my joke. Chill. Damn.
Someone else told this offensive joke. Well, why'd you repeat it? It was funny when Ron White said it. Talk. Just talk, please.
If you say so.
Please talk. The silence.
I'm gonna be done. That should be done pretty soon.
With his little hair wisp. What is happening?
Lexi, how are you doing today? Yeah. I wouldn't mind a little lipo myself, man. Get some of that heavy duty lipo. Suck like 50 pounds right out of my center, man.
You'd be down to
Get some heavy duty
300.
lipo for me. Maybe I should start a GoFundMe for some heavy duty lipo. Yeah, the rice is instant. It'll cook basically immediately. So, no problem there. Get some lipo in my chin too. Get rid of all this fat around my chin.
Oh God, so gross. It's so fucking foul. Ew. Stop.
If she needs bigger boobs, she can have some of my fat. They can just do a fat transplant, transplant some of my fat. You know, that way we both win.
Ah! Oh, gross. Every time, like every way he phrases things, it's just hideous. It's just fucking awful. Gross. Lex says, okay, wow, it's the worst thing I've heard today. I know.
Stargate SG1 chat room? That's cool.
It isn't. That isn't.
I like Stargate SG1.
We can tell. Stargate SG1, that's cool. Nope.
Didn't really much care for how it ended.
Stop. Ladies, how are you not just ripping open the submarine hatch to get to this man?
What's my favorite white wine? Albarino is my favorite white wine. Spanish grape.
Hey, girl, need some bigger bolos? I got the fat for you.
Get a child when you're 40, never.
That's my pickup line. Like, what's up, baby? I want to put my fat in your tits. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? She can have some mine. Ew. Ew.
Over again.
Ah.
Thank you for the super chats and memberships, by the way. I appreciate it for everyone. Moving to the country, gonna eat myself some peaches. Moving to the country. Have myself some peaches.
Nicole. Oh, yes.
Sauvignon Blanc. Sauvignon Blanc can be fine.
My panties are so
I got a little burned out on Sauvignon Blanc from, New Zealand and Marlborough. You know what else is really good is Sancerre, which is white Bordeaux.
I don't trust you at all.
Sancerre is a really good white wine. But yeah, Sauv Blanc, I got a little burned out on from New Zealand. So I drink a Sauv Blanc, but probably not from New Zealand.
Me either. I hate New Zealand.
I drink it from somewhere else in the world. A little too grassy and acidic.
Brittany Court says you need to check out the federal civil case Kurt picked up. His first and only motion so far was rejected as invalid. Wait, so he's in a new case because he was hired to bring that one case to the Supreme Court and they fired him and he got mad at ChatGPT because it said the other guy's brief was better. So this is another case after that. Oh God, like yes, I want to know. I want to know all about it. Again, I don't understand the anatomy. Like the shapes are all off. The symmetry is, it's not there. Like it's not there at all. I don't know. I don't even know what's happening. Like his neck has been gobbled up by his like turkey gullet thing. It's gone. Like it's subsumed into this. His his fat scarf that he has. His forehead goes in like a different direction. I just don't always understand. Like none of this is the fat part's his fault.
Coming from New Zealand, for my taste right now.
Billdozer74 says, I'm so moist right now.
Peaches come from a can.
No!
Put there by a man in a factory downtown.
Ah!
If
It's
I
not
could have my little way, I'd eat peaches every day.
Nature's candy in my hand,
Millions
or
of
can,
peaches,
or pie.
peaches
Come on,
for me. Millions of peaches,
fucker.
peaches for free. Look out! Husband took you out for a nice dinner and had too many margaritas? And you still have clothes on?
Oh, I knew it. I knew he was going to say something gross.
Yeah. Did I check out Hoax Fundraiser? Yeah, I stopped in chat for a little while.
Your husband took you out for dinner and you had too many margaritas? He's going to say something gross. You still have your clothes on? You.
Peach sangria. Okay, good call. That's President of the United States of America.
It sure is.
Peaches and lump.
She's lump. She's lump. She's lump. She's in my head. Get this lump out of my head.
Whatever.
Thing is, you. No, I know I'm disgusting.
Because this is my United States of whatever. And this is my United States of whatever.
What is happening? No, what is this?
Went down to the corner where my letter guy comes up to me and be like, yeah, whatever. I was down at the beach, and this girl named Coco. She's like, eh, and I'm like, whatever.
What the fuck is happening?
My United States of whatever.
I'm starting to like this song.
My United States of whatever.
I like how he took over the drums while I took up the guitar.
Did the package arrive? I haven't checked my mail yet.
You gotta check your mail for your package? Like, what's going on?
Gumbo? I don't know. He'll be done when it's done. I don't know. It takes...
Takes a while, you know. It just takes a bit.
Put the lime in the coconut and gig it all up. You put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. It's a doctor. Tell me what to do. It's a doctor. Haven't got a clue. Put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. Lime in the coconut and drink it all up.
I God, I hate this.
Tell me what to
Pastor
do.
Flash, problem is the pressure cooker is not 20 minutes. It has to come up to temperature first.
Can I check on it? Sure, let's check on it.
And reach adequate pressure, and then it's 20 minutes from that.
Let's check on it.
He added so much fucking liquid in there.
What's the dish I'm making called? It's called gumbo. That's what we're calling it anyway.
Oh. Call it gumbo.
There was some dispute in the chat about whether or not it's really a gumbo or not.
There's no dispute. It's not
We're
a gumbo.
It's gumbo. I'm a lawyer and I say it's gumbo. And if you disagree with me, I will sue you.
Stop.
Well, it says 10 minutes. It says 10 minutes. It takes a little while to get up to temperature. So it still has 10 more minutes to cook.
What's up, Cole Winger? Welcome home. Welcome.
It identifies as gumbo. It does identify as gumbo. This is true.
I have so many jokes. God, don't look at me like that. No. Stop. Stop.
As a native Louisianan, I can assure you that this is gumbo.
You're not a native Louisianan.
This is gumbo the way my Creole father taught me. And he lived in a swamp with an alligator.
Is he in the same chair or a different chair? Like, what happened? What, I don't know what just occurred.
10 minutes left. Shooting in Allen, Texas just happened. Oh, did you guys see? I posted on my community tab that the Gator's for sale.
How long before I'm reading 25-cent super
Gators for
chats?
sale. Rockies for sale.
25-cent super chats aren't allowed to come with
That's
messages.
That's distressing.
But I would thank someone for one.
But yeah, apparently Rockies for sale.
If you're gonna insult me, like at least get the information right. Dork.
I'm with you, Rainbow. I'm with you. Yeah, the ad was taken down. Do I have 2 acres of land to give to care for the gator? I don't know. The fact that Rocky's for sale distresses me greatly.
This is point. I want him to talk about dates more. This is so good. The Kurt dating stuff is it's almost as good as his cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we crowdfund and buy me land, will I adopt Rocky? Hell yes.
What?
Hell yes. I would adopt Rocky for sure. I'd even allow the owner to come over and visit sometimes. No, I have no info on when I'll return to Lawyers and Dragons. I told them I wanted to be a series regular, but I guess that's not happening. So,
did you hear the anger?
I would have shown up today for the charity event. I would have shown up today for the charity event, but they didn't give me a link, so.
Oh, he's so mad about it.
I'm not sure what that's all about.
Don't nobody tell him. You need
Geek and Gamers tabletop? I've never heard of that, Geek and Gamers.
Hey, I played Geeks and Gamers tabletop. That was fun for a bit. It took forever though. The streams are always 6 to 8 hours long. It's like, jeez. Puppy update? What are you talking about? Like me? The Sunny's fine. She's enjoying summer.
I was trying to tell jokes the entire time they were interviewing that doctor who did the brain surgery. I didn't know how many of my jokes were landing.
None of them.
I noticed that they did not read any of my jokes to the doctor. I was trying to make jokes. I was trying to make jokes. The brain surgery for the brain surgeon.
For the brain surgeon.
I'm trying to see if I can remember some of my jokes. My jokes were things like,
oh, this will be good. Can't wait.
Can you teach me how to do brain surgery, like right now, asking for a friend? That was a good one.
That's a good joke. That's fucking hilarious.
I said, I see my dentist twice a year. What is the recommended visit frequency for brain surgery?
Another.
Am I overdue?
Just a banger. These are amazing.
What else did I say? Yeah, I said, yeah. I know from the song the knee bone connects to the leg bone. What bone does the brain bone connect to? That was a good joke.
The spine, you dummy. What the
What else
fuck?
did I do? Yeah. So I had a couple jokes like that I thought were good.
Those are great.
But they didn't ask the doctor any of my very serious questions.
Not one.
So I felt a little unloved.
His improv must be gold. I know. No.
What else did I ask? Oh, because he kept saying how strokes are. He kept using plumbing analogies, and he said how there's the strokes where the pipe bursts, and the strokes where the pipe jams. And I said, for the strokes where the pipes jams, is Drano an effective method of treating those kinds of strokes?
Yes, got him. Bet they didn't read that one. That sucks.
Oh, that was pretty good.
That was great. Nicola, be strong, girl. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, so.
He's like, this is a good joke. This is good.
And Drano applied directly to the circulatory system. I think Drano applied directly to the circulatory system will cure what ails you.
Esoteric archivism.
Whatever is ailing you will stop being a problem.
The guy did nothing to me.
I wouldn't
Have you
recommend
seen
it,
his
though.
cooking? It's a crime.
It may create additional problems. Yeah.
Yeah. $24 minutes left. Oh, the looks. Looking around. I like his little curl here now.
Drano to find out if you're pregnant?
Over here.
Oh, I wanted to tell this joke in improv
Yo,
the other week.
Hit us with it.
But the timing didn't work.
This is how improv works. Like, you got to plan out your jokes. It's perfect.
Because no one would have gotten the joke.
No
Because
way.
everyone in my fucking improv class is like 20 years younger than me. I'm the
I don't believe it, Kurt. You can't lie to me like this. You're telling me that you wanted to tell a joke and no one would have gotten it? You fucking liar.
oldest fucking person in the room. I barely get the joke. Right?
What?
I barely get the joke. But that's because I read a fucking lot. Right? So
it's going to be so good.
One of the improv skits that one of the people did was like involving this couple that was in a relationship.
Margot V, I like the
so they're like, you know, boyfriend, girlfriend or whatever.
Yep.
And they start talking about, and they're keeping pet rabbits.
Okay.
Right? They're keeping pet rabbits.
Yeah.
And during the skit, like during the like improv, like one of them says, "Oh, the rabbit died," and I couldn't get in the joke, you know, in time, because they moved on. But I was like, after the fact, I was like, oh, I'm so pissed, because I really wanted to yell out, "Oh, so you're pregnant." That is an old school joke, though. That is some old school shit. And it would have gone over the head of everyone in the room. But
anyone got that one? Anyone fielding what? Okay, so the rabbit died. Oh, so you're pregnant. They used to use rabbits to test for pregnancy. Oh, okay. That man, if I would have understood that, that would have been a fantastic joke. I mean, that would have crushed if I would have gotten the reference.
That is some like 1950s joke shit over there.
Man, the 50s it killed. Nick doesn't know how to read. Not anymore. I fall asleep. Whoa, look at that counter. It's got all the fucking vegetable graveyard all over it. Wait. What? This microwave rice? Oh, see, when he said instant rice, I thought he meant those bags of rice. Okay. Holy fuck, all the pressure. All that liquid in that pressure cooker. Grim. Correct. He's using Instant Pot to make his rice and a pot to make his gumbo.
It is an Instapot. An Instapot is a pressure cooker. An Instapot is a pressure cooker.
Is it? Is it a pressure cooker?
It's an electric pressure cooker.
This side of it. It's like Oblivion.
Am I Central Time? Yes, I am Central Time. Yeah.
It was so weird.
It is 4:30 right now. How long does the pressure last? It takes a couple minutes to bleed off.
Why?
It takes a couple minutes to bleed off.
Now you know how the fucking dwarves felt. They got picked up by the trolls from The Hobbit. Oh, makes me pressure cooker. Or whatever. Like, fucking hell.
That's a frying pot? No, it's fine. It's doing its pot thing.
This is a tits out stream. Holy fuck. Put those girls away, Kurt.
Queen concert, huh?
Hmm. I don't know how his mouth does that. Like, I don't get it.
Rice is ready?
Rice time is a glorious time. This thing is steam releasing for fucking days. As he looks disapprovingly at us. We're sorry. We're sorry.
It's been releasing pressure for about 5 minutes now. Thank you. Saying green looks nice on me. That's nice.
Why is it doing that? Like, I have pressure cooked a whole bunch of shit, and I've never had it release for 5 fucking minutes. Thing's serious, TV.
I mean, what is the difference between being crowned queen
Tell
concert
me more about how
versus
great
queen?
I look.
Right? Doesn't just queen concert mean that, like, she's queen by virtue of being married to the king? Isn't that all it means? As opposed to, like, queen would mean that she's, like, queen in her own right. But what, I mean...
What are you talking about?
I don't understand these things, really. Because I'm not British. Queen I'd like to fuck? Quilf? Yeah. Who's next in line? William is, right? William is next in line. And then William's children, right?
Next in
Who's
line
William's
for the
oldest child?
Epstein list.
George? Okay. So yeah, it would be William and then George, I guess.
The Instapots are cool, just not for Gumbo. Come on now.
Then Charlotte? Yeah. And then it would be
I'm
Harry
gonna use mine almost
after that, right?
exclusively for rice.
Because William, or does William have 3 kids now? Does William only have 2 kids, or does he have 3 kids?
I don't know.
Oh, he's 4 kids?
Got a bitch under 35, I hope.
Oh, he's a 3rd kid, Lewis? Okay. 3 kids. Okay. How old is his youngest? How old is Lewis? Does anyone happen to know off the top of their head?
The nipple scratch.
Is there a recent child? Three or 4? Okay. All right, so I'm a little bit behind. I'm a little bit behind then, I guess, on my knowledge of the royal family then. I forgot completely that he had a 3rd. I guess I missed the memo about him having a 3rd kid. Sorry, I wasn't keeping up on my British monarchy chart. That's my bad.
Lost left sock. No, I'm working on it. It's just food. It's a shitload of pre-made ingredients that got heated up. I think that's all it is.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Steph the Alternerd.
Oh, what's up?
And she was surprised,
He's
like, how much of an Anglophile I actually am. Because I watch a lot of British TV.
You're an Anglophile?
And I have
Why?
very similar comic sensibilities to a lot of British people. But, like, yeah.
The poor British.
I mean, I watch a lot of British
so
TV.
bad.
So, I'm perhaps surprisingly or perhaps unsurprisingly an Anglophile. Because I was talking to Steph, the Alderner, on the phone. And I was talking to her. I'm like, yeah, it's like, I was talking about, I was like, oh yeah, I watch Top Gear, and I watch 8 Out of 10 Cats, and I watch Countdown, and I watch Only Connect with Victoria Cohen Mitchell, and I watch QI, and I watch, these other things. Taskmaster is one of my favorites, and I watch Taskmaster. And so, it's like, yeah. It's like, you're an Anglophile. I'm like, oh yeah, I know a fair amount about the UK. I can tell you a little bit about the House of Commons and how it's created, and the Speaker, and it's one of the members of the House, and how the Cabinet is also members of Parliament.
I don't know how to explain to you Kurt's cooking, but it is magical. It is something to behold every time.
And the House of Lords, and the fact that technically royal consent is technically required, although no one since Queen Victoria has denied it. And also can tell you the difference between London and the City of London. So, just all kinds of interesting knowledge.
Puts it on his stomach. Fucking cretin.
I can tell you, she's like, oh, I'm from this part of the country. I'm like, oh, I know where that is. She's like, you do? I'm like, yeah.
Resting on his
I
belly.
know where that is. You know about Wales and Scotland and London and
Even
England and Northern
he hasn't
Ireland
washed
and
his
Ireland.
hands.
The difference between Ireland and it's the island of Ireland.
He didn't wash any of the vegetables, like the celery. Just dirt and everything goes right in the fucking pot. Oh, it's foul.
So
Smile at us.
I'm waiting for it to cool down a little bit. It's a little bit warm.
A little warm.
It needs to cool down a second. Let it cool down for a second. Feel like you're staring at your future?
No! It's the most depressing thing I've heard.
Show you how it turned out.
No. What are you doing? Don't bring me closer. I don't want to be there. Oh. It's just... We should rank Kurt's recipes. We'll do a tier list. F. His scrambled eggs recipe was a D.
Yeah, let's give it a try.
Give it a try, yeah. He's just gonna tell us how great it is. Oh shit, I didn't even look for the shrimp. I was too busy.
Nope, still too hot.
Still too hot.
You know, 2 minutes or so.
You're welcome, Geronimo.
Did I make a roux? I did not make a roux. We are sin roux. This is gumbo sin roux. A la Mueller.
On a scale of 0 to 10, how likely could I get a minor to cross?
Well, the biggest difference I know between jambalaya and okra, or jambalaya and gumbo,
no.
is jambalaya you put the rice in when you're cooking.
No, they're way different.
And gumbo you make the rice separately. Sans, yeah. And she recommended some shows to me, which I haven't watched, but I made notes of them. What am I going to do the rest of the day? Well, I'm going to post a video in a little bit. And then at 8 o'clock, I'm going to a party. So I'll probably play some video games until then. And then I'll go to a party. That'll be fun.
Sounds like my college schedule. He's not trolling me with this. He posted this like 2 years ago. Oh, stop looking at me when you're going to eat. Ew. Stop glancing.
The IT Crowd. I've seen episodes of the IT Crowd before. Never a huge fan. Also not a big fan of Doctor Who. Which, you know.
Oh, the smacking. The smacking is gross.
What kind of party? My improv group is having a party. This worked out pretty good.
I want to be
yummy, guys.
I want to go to his improv class. I want to watch it. I want to watch every episode. Stop! No, don't do this. Yeah, take it away. Jesus. Grim, he did a cooking video not too long ago. It's a two-parter. He looks like fucking Gargamel eating Smurfs. I'll eat this Smurf.
Oh, God. That bone broth in there?
Yeah, the bone broth.
So nice.
Really?
Yeah, I do improv every Monday.
The bone broth really brought the gumbo together.
Right now of my current streak.
Wait, what?
And I'm loving it.
Hold on.
Broth in there is so nice. Yeah, I do improv every Monday. I think I'm in week 11 right now of my current streak. And I'm loving it.
I'm loving it.
So yeah, I do improv every Monday.
Yeah, Art the Clown, he takes an improv class. That would be so good.
Can you come with me? Well, I'll be doing a show in June in Austin.
Oh my God!
So you can come for that.
I would come for that.
I'll post details about it. If you want to come for that, we can do a little meetup afterwards or something, maybe.
An improv show in Austin.
Yeah, I think it's open to the public. The theater's not very big, though.
No.
If you want to come.
No way. I never would have guessed that.
You can come. That'd be cool. It's definitely going to be much better in person than it would be on video, for sure. Seeing it on video would be like a disaster area.
Yeah. Way better in person.
Thank you for the memberships as always, Sandra.
I guarantee it's better on video than in person. I want to know. I want it. Fuck.
This is a good dish.
It's not. It's just bullshit.
I think we were right on not adding the onion.
Yes.
When it's like June. It's like June 4th or something. When I find out the exact date and time, I'll let you know.
Arclight, it's almost done.
But it'll probably be at the theater downtown Austin, which I think is on Congress. I'll get you the exact address and stuff.
Oh my God, yeah. Okay, wait.
But this dish turned out really, really well.
This
dish turned out really, really nice.
Fuck, I wish there was a way to figure out that improv show,
Yeah, this dish turned
what
out really,
theater
really nice.
it was. Call the theater and see if they have it recorded. Ultra 621. I'm well
I'd make
aware.
this again.
I'll be fine. Relax.
Mm. Can I live stream it? No, I don't think there's any live streaming. And also the experience.
Cherokee Girl,
It
I
wouldn't
think,
translate well in video.
I think this is 2022.
It'd be like the difference between watching a play and seeing a video of a play. Right? You don't when you do a play as a movie, you don't just do the play and film it.
You can't just.
You know, you have to like go about it a certain way.
Yeah, tell me
It
what.
doesn't translate well onto camera.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, unless you're like really thinking about it. Right? So even if you're going to film a play,
Gotta put some thought into it.
right, to make it work, you have to really think about it. Like you can't just point a camera at the screen. It doesn't work. So
Why would you point a camera at the screen? What are you
take
talking
what is
about?
inherently an amateur production, because it is, because we're all amateurs.
No.
You know, you take an amateur production and you put it on video, it's gonna look like shit. The audio's gonna look. The audio's gonna be shit. The video's gonna be shit. It won't be fun. It won't be any good.
It doesn't have to be shit.
It won't be any good on video. It's barely any good in person. You know?
Wow!
So,
That's
no, I
that's
think live
true.
streaming's out of the question.
His stomach is table. It's amazing. There's several people. Stop looking at me like that. Look at your food. Ew.
This recipe's nice.
It's no.
How long I've been in Austin? I've been here 3 years.
How's the dirt?
Have I tried the Texas picked okra? Can't say I have. They have regular, mild, and spicy. It's a great healthy snack.
Huh.
Pickled okra. Interesting idea.
Dropping
Never
rice
heard
all
about it.
over himself.
I'm gonna have to give that a shot. Well, for
He's so big that like the food has to travel so far that he's dropping rice all over himself. There's a trail of tears going down his chest onto his stomach. God.
friends, I'm gonna sign off for now. This turned out well. This dish turned out well. I think it's a nice,
Eat
very
it.
nice arrange
Eat
of
it off your
flavors.
shirt.
And I would be
Throw it back in his bowl. Yeah.
I would be willing to serve this to a date. You know?
Okay, so first he's got his sternum rice that he's picking up and basketballing into his bowl. And then he says, unironically, he's like, this recipe is nice. I would be willing to serve this to a date. It's like, what, to end it? Like, what are you trying to do? It's like Irish people giving their guests orange juice. Like, fuck out. Like, what is it? What are you doing? I would serve this to a date. Mysteries of Kurt's singleness persist. Fuck me. What's up, Julie? How are you? The fucking right. Back in. Why are you doing that? Why are you throwing it back in the food? So
I'd be like, you know, I made this for you. This is good food. Good, hearty, healthy. You know, cut up the vegetables ourselves.
holy shit.
Good stuff. And it will feed me for a week.
Cut up the vegetables yourself. No, you didn't. The slappy choppy thing did. The Austrian gizmo. What, you didn't do it yourself. You had knives everywhere. You're throwing them in the sink. You're launching them across the room. What the fuck? What? You didn't chop it up by yourself.
So that's nice. All right, guys, I'm going to sign off for now and finish my meal. Thank you for joining me. This has been fun. I've been on civil law. Until later, my friends, I hope all is well. Cheers, my friends, and goodbye.
Whoa. Whoa. It just says 2 years ago. Man, Rumble doesn't even give you like the date. 0 comments. 98 views. Fuck. Oh my gosh. So there is there's another Kurt, I think there's 2 more Cooking with Kurt videos on Rumble. One of them was the unlabeled one, which I just saw. I have not seen that one before, I don't think. I'm going to double check and make sure. But I'm not aware of what he cooks. I don't think I've seen that one before, but I searched. I must use a different search term or something because it came up. Oh my goodness. All right, guys, it's really late for me. I have to get going. I have to be at community service in 4.5 hours or so. So that'll be a fun day, but who cares? I can't take it. I don't know what to do. Pastor Flash says, turn my TV on, saw one of the weirdest movie recommendations from Plex. Muffin Top, a love story. Instantly thought of Kurt, supposedly a comedy. Gross. When's the next stream? Hopefully tomorrow night. We'll see. But all right, guys. Thanks a bunch. Catch you very soon. Have a good night. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits flow as the ones who get on her blood. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the plot better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law